Good morning and welcome to the Politico Pub. I'm Suzanne Lynch. I'm author of Politico's Global Playbook and associate editor with Politico, and I'm delighted to be kicking off 3 days of live programming, networking, events, interviews here in this unique space in the Rosewood Hotel at the Munich Security Conference. Thanks for those of you joining us here in the room. Hope you're enjoying some of that coffee and pastries we have here. And also for those tuning in remotely, our events will be live streamed throughout the sessions today. The Munich Security Conference begins today. We'll be here till lunchtime on Sunday. First of all, a special thanks to our sponsor for today, Helsing, for helping us make this happen. And thanks to all the readers and people who've been reaching out on Twitter, social media platforms. We hope to connect over the next few days. So to start off discussions, I'm honoured to be joined by Jonathan Martin, who's very well known to you all, Politics Bureau Chief and Senior Political Columnist for Politico, based in Washington, D.C.
Hello, Suzanne. Good morning from your turf here.
Yes, over Europe, where we're representing the transatlantic links of Politico.
How's that going, by the way, the whole transatlantic alliance thing?
Listen, it's something that I think people are going to be talking about, let's
I think
say.
so. I think so.
Happy Valentine's Day, by the way.
To you as well.
Yeah.
Have you gotten your flowers yet?
Not yet. You know, it wasn't in my plan
What time is it? I'm
spending
sure
it
we'll,
at a defence conference. But look, as you say, look, things are pretty bleak here at the moment.
And not just because of the snow.
Not just because it's pretty bad out there. But look, I mean, I was writing this morning in Global Playbook, Welcome to the New World Order. This could not be happening at more of a tense time in international relations. What's your read on what's been happening over the last week? It's been head spinning.
Well, it's remarkable, the grim timing, if you will, of the Munich Security Conference. So 3 years ago, it was the eve of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. I believe it was 2 years ago, or last year, when Navalny was killed. And now, this week, we reconvene here in Munich with fresh news that the President of the United States and the leader of Russia have had a long conversation and are talking about, if not a separate peace, at least not a sort of peace that the European community is very excited about when it comes to Ukraine.
No, that's certainly the case. I mean, I've just come from Brussels, and I mean, Europe had feared that it could be left out, not at the table of any so-called peace negotiations. And those fears seem to have been borne out this week. I mean, this is the first week we've seen a very high-level US delegation coming to Brussels. Before we even got here to Munich, we had J.D. Vance, we had the new defence secretary. There's really been a flurry of diplomacy all week.
Or at least a flurry of appearances. I'm not sure how much diplomacy, but certainly a flurry of appearances. Look, I think a lot of Europeans are wondering, Vance and Rubio around the continent, but did they really speak for Donald Trump? And does anybody speak for Donald Trump besides Donald Trump? You saw the defense secretary make some startling comments 2 days ago in Germany and in Brussels about the sort of post-war landscape here and the possibility that Ukraine would almost certainly not be invited into NATO and that there would be no return to the pre-2014 lines in Ukraine. He then walked that back, not necessarily because the substance of it he felt was mistaken, simply because he didn't want to get ahead of the president. And so much of this comes around to they don't want to say anything that Trump will then changed his mind over, and so they tend to fall back on the president will decide, and that's what I think Europe's going to have to get used to for the next nearly 4 years here.
You know what, it's a very interesting point, Jonathan, because I think there's a similar conversation happening over here on this side of the Atlantic, which is who is speaking for Europe? Right. Who is going to be the conduit? So we've got Ursula von der Leyen in the European Commission. We've got like German elections in this country very, very soon, later this month. Berlin is pretty weak. France, it's been a lot of political turmoil facing Emmanuel Macron. So there's a sense of like, who is going to be there? Will Europe be at the table? I don't know. Let's watch for the next few days. I know we have
which nobody is more thrilled about than the person in Moscow. When you have a sort of fractured continent like that.
That's true. I was writing again this morning about, I don't know, we'll watch this over the next few days. We do have the NATO Secretary General here in the Politico Pub over the weekend, Mark Rutte. I wonder, he seems to me to be emerging as some kind of a counterpart, some kind of a leadership figure that can kind of go one-on-one with Trump potentially. Now, he is the leader of NATO, obviously the most important part of this discussion from a European perspective.
No, it was a really good insight because, obviously the Germans are right now in the midst of an election. The incumbent looks politically weak, to put it mildly. Obviously, Macron is facing significant turbulence. You have a relatively new prime minister in the UK who's facing his own domestic challenges. There's no obvious leader, sort of Merkel-like figure now in Europe, is there?
No. I mean, it was interesting during the week, Ursula von der Leyen, the European Commission President, who's going to be here today and is speaking on the main stage today. She met J.D. Vance, and Kaja Kallas, the EU's foreign policy chief, was there as well. But then I stood back and we were chatting about this among colleagues in Politico in Brussels. J.D. Vance is the vice president. Will she ever meet Donald Trump? This is what we were saying. I mean, is Donald Trump going to actually deal with the EU? We know that he is very sceptical about the European Union. He doesn't like it instinctively. He feels more of an affinity to people like Nigel Farage, who promoted Brexit. So all we've seen so far is that the person he's managed to speak to has been Vladimir Putin.
Right. When will the first Trump visit to Europe come? And frankly, will it come after he meets with Putin in Saudi Arabia, which sounds like it's going to be the first face-to-face meeting between Trump and Putin. But I want to talk about you for a minute, though, and talk about what you do, because you have, what I think is one of the neatest jobs in journalism. If the folks in this room don't subscribe to Global Playbook and the folks watching on the live stream, you got to fix that today. This is a fantastic read. And every time there's a big event in the world, I know it's happening, if for no other reason than in the morning I'm getting the email with Suzanne Lynch on the scene from the conference. It's almost like you have like 20 spies in all these hotel corridors around the world for all these conferences, but it's just you. But tell folks what you do and sort of how this thing works at the biggest convenings in the world. Yeah,
so Global Playbook is part of our Playbook idea that's been so successful for Politico, and it pops up at events like the Munich Security Conference, like Davos, like the UN General Assembly in New York in September. And I think it's about bridging the gaps that are sometimes there. We tend, as journalists, as commentators, as readers, to sometimes be in our silos, to sometimes in our own bubbles. And actually, the world, even ever more so, has become so much more connected. So one of the ideas there is that we kind of make those connections. We've got a lot of US readers, European readers, and readers from all over the world. So what's great about here in the Munich Security Conference in particular is that we've got a big team of reporters, our defence reporters who you and I know well. Some of them are here in the room, covering the detail, talking to the people at the centre of a lot of the discussions here. They work out of Washington, they work out of Brussels, Berlin, and it's about bringing that big picture and really making people realize, understand, like, this is what's happening, this is what you need to be watching today. There's also a bit of fun and a bit of, as I say, I do have spies everywhere, so people better be careful when they're chatting in the corridors here. It's a pretty packed space here in Munich.
It's cozy.
It is very cozy. I mean, you've got a lot of high-level people who are all in this one space. And that's why it's so enriching in the sense that for journalists, we get up close and personal to a lot of the decision makers at places like this. We hear the conversations, and then we kind of, among ourselves, are able to try, draw conclusions about what this means and what might happen next. I mean, it's interesting. One of my memories from last year at the Munich Security Conference, as well as interviewing J.D. Vance, who at that time was a relatively unknown first-term senator from Ohio, well, for many people in Europe anyway, relatively unknown. My other memory was seeing a Munich Security Conference official walking through the crowds holding a slab of Diet Cokes as he went to the US delegation room. And we all laughed here because when the US delegation arrived with a lot of security and the VPs, detail, although we've heard overnight that Marco Rubio's plane, speaking of which, he
had a cracked windshield.
Yeah.
And they had happened over the Atlantic, and they had to turn the plane around back to Andrews Air Force Base outside D.C. To get him a new plane to fly over.
Yeah. So he's on his way back at the Secretary of State and his plane. We've also just heard that the U.S. congressional delegation have landed. They're here. We're expecting a big delegation this year. And I suppose, again, for for people in Europe in particular who wouldn't be so familiar with the ins and outs of US politics, like it's worth stressing that there has always been quite a very big US delegation from both sides of the political aisle to come here. Isn't that right? I mean, over the years.
No, absolutely. I mean, I think most folks in American politics identify Munich with John McCain, Joe Lieberman, and Lindsey Graham, the so-called three amigos. 2 Republicans, 1 quasi-Democrat. It's a whole different conversation. Although some would say that McCain was a quasi-Republican. Also a whole separate conversation. They were fixtures here for many, many years. Senator Graham's coming back. We're going to have him here on this stage tomorrow morning, if folks want to put that on your calendar. Lindsey Graham, who's never shy when it comes to making news, will be here in conversation. So that should be fun. So yeah, it's sort of known for being a fixture with the U.S. foreign policy hand, certainly a bipartisan tradition that kind of McCain made famous in a lot of ways. But you do these really neat playbooks at every big world convening. But in some cases, you've got to kind of try to find the news. I mean, some of these events, there's not obvious news.
Yeah.
I recall you were at the big climate summit, and obviously there were some days where it was a sort of challenge to find what the big news coming out of it. You're not going to have a problem finding the news in this conference, right?
Absolutely. I mean, there is going to be a lot of news-making moments here at Munich. We've got this morning, we're expecting, now it's obviously a private meeting, a meeting between J.D. Vance and Volodymyr Zelensky, the Ukrainian president. Famously last year, J.D. Vance revealed to us in Politico that he was not meeting Zelensky. It was J.D. Vance's kind of coming out of sorts to Europe when he came here last year as a senator from Ohio. And as I said, he wasn't particularly well known. But then he made this point of skipping the meeting with Zelensky, even though members of Congress from both Republicans and Democrats were all going to the meeting. And he made some very strong comments a year ago about how he believed Ukraine should cede territory ultimately in any negotiated settlement, and he questioned America's support for Ukraine. Now, little did we know he would now be the vice president. But that meeting is happening today. Ursula von der Leyen, the European Commission president, is here. There's a huge delegation from Brussels. A lot of the top officials are here. They're all trying to get FaceTime with the US, delegation. And back to your point, Jonathan, in the beginning, this question of like who is making the decisions here? We'd heard about Keith Kellogg, the special envoy for Ukraine. He's here. He's expected to visit here in Munich. However, he wasn't named by Trump the other day when Trump was talking about the team.
Steve Witkoff was, exactly, right.
So there's going to be a lot of that.
That's important, by the way. I don't think it's been fully absorbed in the U.S., maybe even here. But Steve Witkoff, a longtime Trump friend, fellow wealthy developer, golf buddy, who has been tasked with running point on the Middle East negotiations, kind of the special envoy of the Middle East, has had his portfolio broadened to also include working the Russia-Ukraine war. And Trump mentioned him by name in his tweet after the Putin conversation. So I think Witkoff's going to be a key player here in Europe when it comes to that war in ways that I think were not that well known until this week.
What do you think about J.D. Vance, like his power here? He seems to be kind of the star of the show today. People are wondering what he's going to say. He's giving a keynote speech himself on stage at about 2:30.
And that's probably the biggest event of the whole conference, right?
Yeah.
I mean, everybody's watching that speech.
Yeah. I mean, we're only a few weeks into this Trump administration. How do you see the dynamic between Vance on one side, Marco Rubio on the other? I mean, Marco Rubio's first visit was not to Europe. I mean, in a way, there's a sense here, and actually this is something I've picked up at a lot of the international conferences I go to. The transatlantic alliance is less prominent. Other middle powers, we'll say for want of a better word, the Saudis, for example, we saw that with the South Africa and the G20, India, Brazil, they're really present at a lot of these events. And particularly here in Munich, and the Munich Security Conference has expanded its remit, and there's a lot more representatives here this weekend from the so-called Global South. But, I put this to the Munich Security Conference in an interview yesterday. I mean, when the transatlantic alliance is under pressure, let's face it, what's the relevance? They were saying, no, this is where we still make conversations happen, and we still have the big names coming here. But, people, I suppose, are wondering, what are the priorities now of Trump? and the Trump administration in foreign policy? Maybe it's more Asia, maybe it's more China, for example.
Well, that's certainly a huge conversation back in the States, that the China question and sort of what to do about China on both trade and in terms of security is much more central than questions about Europe. And obviously, nobody here on the continent wants to hear that, but that's certainly a big driver of the conversation back in the States, mostly on the Republican side, but not just with Republicans too. I think there's a bipartisan sense, of alarm about the Chinese. Look no further than the overwhelming vote, Suzanne, to ban TikTok in the U.S., a vote that got a lot of support from both parties. So yeah, look, I think China is certainly central in the minds of a lot of American security officials. There's no question about it.
And of course, we have a Chinese delegation here at Munich, the foreign minister, and one interesting news line we've seen emerge over the last few days is, a possibility of some kind of international peacekeeping troops in a kind of peace negotiation scenario for Ukraine. Even mention of the Chinese, that China would want to be involved. I can tell you, the Europeans, I don't think, are too keen on the idea of Chinese troops here in Europe.
Well, China floated the idea of perhaps being an interlocutor to help with negotiations between the U.S., Ukraine, and Russia. I don't think that would go over too well with most folks in Europe.
Yeah, and I mean, for Europe as well, it's a tricky. China is a huge trading partner, and it's, America, the Trump administration, and indeed the Biden administration, has pressurized the EU to get tougher on Beijing, but there's been reluctance there, particularly countries like Germany that do a lot of trade with China. It's a bit like what happened with Russian energy. Europe was way more exposed to the energy crisis after the Russian invasion in Ukraine than America was, obviously. And similarly, its trade with China, its exports to China are huge, so it's a lot more to lose. Okay, well, look, I think we will wrap up this chat here, the first of many, Jonathan, we are going to have over the next few days as we're running around the Bayerischer Hof Hotel and the Rosewood here in Munich.
And folks, if you're not reading Global Playbook every morning here at Munich, you got to change that, because Suzanne is a fantastic read. And also any conference in the world, you got to read Suzanne Lynch.
Well, thank you for that vote confidence, Jonathan. Okay, well, look, thanks for all that. And so now it is my pleasure to introduce our next speaker. Jonathan here is going to interview, and we're delighted to have the chairman of the Senate Armed Services Committee, the Senator Roger Wicker from Mississippi. So if you just bear with us, and our live stream will continue here. Thank
you. Senator, good to see you.
Good to see you. Hey, I'm on the mic. Goodness.
Roger Wicker, the senior senator from Mississippi. We're a long ways from the Grove at Ole Miss, Senator,
we are, yeah.
Where we've crossed paths a few times over the years, but it's a treat to have you here on stage. Welcome to Munich. You just flew from D.C. last night, I assume?
Yes, just got in about 6 this morning.
Well, we're glad to
So
have
I'm alert and sharp.
I could tell, as was always the case. You're wearing your Ukraine flag pin.
Thanks for noticing, yes.
Something that I was struck by, and folks in the room should know this too. I have a vivid memory of last summer's GOP convention in Milwaukee, seeing Senator Wicker wearing the same lapel pin at the GOP convention. So you are not a sunshine soldier, and you aren't just wearing that here where it's fashionable at Munich. You wear that everywhere.
That's right. And occasionally a child will stop me and compliment me on the flag, and I take it off and give it to them.
So you have a store of them to replace the ones that
Well, it's pretty easy in Washington to get a U.S. Ukraine flag. But I'm making a statement, yes. And what better place to make it than right here?
What's the statement?
The statement is that there are good guys and bad guys in this war, and the Russians are the bad guys. They invaded, contrary to almost every international law, and they should be defeated. And Ukraine is entitled to the promises that the world made to them decades ago.
Well, I want to ask you precisely.
I know that sounds quaint, but that's still my view. It's been my view for 3 years. Actually, since the middle of the last decade.
Well, I want to follow up on that and just start with a big picture question. that I think a lot of our friends in the room and certainly on the live stream have in mind, which is, can Europe still count on the U.S. to help guarantee its security in the years ahead?
I think so. I think so.
You think so?
I mean, yes. You know, your last conversation quoted President Trump as saying something very strong, that to the extent that Russia should fall in line. 2 days ago, he might have said something a little confusing in that regard. So he, you know, one of the things about Donald Trump is he keeps people on their toes and keeps us guessing. Yes, but I think in the United States, we view NATO as important. We've had 7 decades or more since my dad was over here fighting for the United States, and Britain, France, Germany, Luxembourg, Belgium. So, and we've had relative stability. There is one guy who is sentimental about the USSR, and he's running Russia right now, and he covets not only Ukraine but Moldova. Everyone knows that, and he's got his eyes on Romania and Armenia, and you know, if I were Azerbaijan, I wouldn't feel too comfortable about this little flirtation that they've had with Putin recently, and of course Georgia is part of Georgia is now being occupied. This is a guy who's a war criminal. He's a brutal dictator, and the G8 was correct to kick him out, and Europe is correct to treat him like the war criminal he is.
Should he come back into the G8?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I don't hear anybody in Europe saying that.
We heard somebody yesterday in Washington say it.
I did hear that. Yeah, right.
Have you tried talking to President Trump about what Putin's actually about?
No.
Why not?
Okay. I don't get that much time. I'm not down at Mar-a-Lago a lot. But my goal...
Improve your golf game, Senator.
My golf...
Get some more time
My
there.
golf game ended about 50 years ago.
That's the problem.
I made the high school team. It got me out of class one afternoon.
But in all seriousness...
Look, here's what I talk to Donald Trump about. And this is why I ran for re-election. This is why I'm delighted to be chairman of the Armed Services Committee, and why I'm glad we've got a trifecta with Republicans in charge of the administration, the House, and the Senate. The United States is not where it needs to be in terms of military strength. We are where we were at the beginning of the Reagan administration, and we have a chance under this parliamentary procedure called reconciliation, where you don't have to get a super majority in the Senate. We have a chance to do as Reagan did and leave the next generation with a stronger America that can once again be assured of peace through strength.
Is this Roger?
And that's why I've got two plans. One that I introduced last year. We didn't know who was going to be winning the election, and then one basically to say we can become more modern. We can embrace innovation like the private sector has, like small business.
I want to ask you about more money on defense and about your project.
Okay, well that's why I'm in office. That's why I'm here today.
So
sure,
I want to ask you about that.
But
is this Roger Wicker's personal politics in sense of, look, my focus on doing 6 more years in the U.S. Senate is trying to get us back to a Reaganite place on defense spending and a defense posture, and that means picking my battles. And that means that if I want to get that done, then I can't go to President Trump and say Putin's a bad guy and here's why.
Well,
or can you do both?
Well, I hope so, but yes, I can't be in every skirmish. Yes. I guess you've noticed that, yeah.
But
So I have a goal. It's a worthy goal. It will be all-consuming.
yeah.
And it's not going to be easy. We only have a 2-vote margin in the House and 3-vote margin in the Senate, and time and chance happens to everybody. So we need to move.
But this is
to get it done.
A skirmish that I think you do have some interest in. Yesterday in the Capitol, you said, quote, "I'd prefer we didn't give away negotiating positions before we actually get started talking about the end of the Russia-Ukraine war."
I was one of about 30 people that said that
Yeah.
to reporters.
Yeah.
So it wasn't anything that
But you do feel
came down
strongly
from
about
Thomas Jefferson.
But you do feel strongly about having a firm posture with the Russians and not saying preemptively, Ukraine's never going to be in NATO. We're never going back to the 2014 line.
Well, and the Secretary walked that part back, the NATO part.
You're encouraged by that?
I was heartened by that, yes, indeed.
You spent a lot of capital getting him confirmed.
I surely did, yes.
And then for him to come out and say what he did a couple of days ago couldn't have made you very happy.
Well, it was a surprise.
Yeah.
And I'm guessing, like there was in the Reagan administration, when Reagan kept putting the evil empire into his speeches.
And they take it out.
The State Department speechwriters kept
Yeah.
taking it out, and he kept putting Mr. Gorbachev tear down this wall, and it kept coming out, and finally he said, well, I guess I'm the one who got elected president, and so I'm going to say tear down this wall, and the wall came down. But also, we've had stable borders.
Yeah.
Really, since the Soviet Union fell, and we have felt like we had gotten beyond that.
Right.
If you want to invade your neighbor, you can always think of a reason. And Vladimir Putin is just
You
as
mean the US and
clever,
Canada, too?
is just as clever as Hitler was.
Yeah.
Hitler didn't want to invade anybody, he said. He just was so concerned about those German speakers
Yes.
over in the Sudetenland. And I mean, it is absolutely out of Hitler's playbook, and anybody that reads history should know that.
So they should not be in the G8.
No.
Should Ukraine have a chance to be in NATO someday?
I wouldn't rule it out, but
President Trump said
in
Russia.
the meantime, in the meantime, though, it may not happen in 5 years or this year or 5 years or 10 years. But in the meantime, can't peace-loving, strong allies of the United States in Europe join together somehow and say, yes, we will defend after this treaty is written and agreed to. We will defend someone who's a victim of aggression. We ought to be able to say that. It doesn't have to be NATO. It could be
some other kind of guarantee of
a group
security.
10 or whatever.
President Trump said yesterday that a country in Russia's position could not allow Ukraine to join NATO. Should Russia have a veto on who is and is not in Ukraine, do you think?
Of course not.
Okay. So Roger Wicker does not want Russia back in the G8. He does not want to have Russia holding a veto over who is or is not in NATO. I assume Roger Wicker would not want to have a state visit of Vladimir Putin to the U.S. either?
I would not. I wouldn't feel good about that.
Don't bring him to
I would
Mississippi.
not feel good about that.
Yeah, okay. All right. What is your perspective on process and substance?
But
Please,
let me
please.
make this point,
Please.
Bill, Nate. NATO is not an aggressive force against Russia. That is totally Soviet-style propaganda. And for anyone to believe that, anyone on talk shows or anyone on European media to say that is absolutely just out of touch.
I have to
with
say
reality.
this. I have to say it. President Trump said this week that Russia invaded Ukraine because of NATO enlargement.
Well, I think the president was perhaps saying that's one of the pretexts that Putin used.
Okay.
Listen, Putin isn't just sort of somebody going off the rail. Putin is a war criminal. He needs to be in prison for the rest of his life. And there's no sense in treating him like he's eligible to sit in the councils of Europe along with elected people who are subject to a vote of constituents every now and then. He is a war criminal. Yeah. And read the Wall Street Journal front page article from 2 or 3 days ago. He has made it clear to the people running his prisons that prisoners of war from Ukraine should be tortured. They should be made miserable.
You alluded to that in a blistering floor speech on Tuesday in the Senate.
You know, all I did, basically all I did was read from the quotes of these Russian prison guards who said, I can't do this. Yeah. I got to find a way to defect to the West. Yeah, I was basically reading their words.
It was a shocking.
He deserves to be blistered.
It was a shocking report. I thought your remarks were very powerful, and you said, quote, this is the regime that some people are hoping we can somehow negotiate with in good faith and depend on to keep up their end of the bargain. You sound pretty darn skeptical there that Russia is going to abide by any agreement.
Well, they didn't. They haven't kept their end of the bargain when the Soviet Union fell apart, and we were trying. The international community was trying to talk the leadership of Ukraine at that time to give up a nuclear weapon, which they did, based on a solemn promise by the United States of America.
The famous, speaking of that period, the famous Ronald Reagan dictum was trust but verify. If Donald Trump was sitting here right now, what would be the version of trust but verify that you would convey to him when it comes to Russia?
What I tell Donald Trump is he can be the Ronald Reagan of our age. During the 8 years of Ronald Reagan and 4 of H.W. Bush, we had relative peace. We went from well under 300 ships in our Navy to 599 because the leader of the free world and the commander-in-chief of the United States military was determined to do it, and he got much of it done through a bipartisan Congress. And honestly, I'm on a couple of planes full of Republicans and Democrats who've come over here. Yeah. And we have strong support for the kind of strength that can persuade a Xi Jinping, right, and whoever ends up being the next Ayatollah in Iran and North Korea, and Vladimir Putin, the brutal dictator, to stand down and realize that the consequences for them and for their people of any aggression towards us and NATO and our allies and the free people of this world would be unthinkable.
Take us in.
That is what Ronald Reagan and H.W. Bush accomplished.
Take us into that conversation last night on the plane, because you're flying over here at obviously a very, very fraught time. The continent is deeply concerned about being cut out of any negotiations to end the war. Is there going to be a bipartisan consensus that comes out of Munich here, do you think, from the U.S. delegation about how to end this war in terms of process and substance?
Well, we're here to listen and to have an exchange of views. I don't know that we come out of the Munich Security Council meetings annually with a bipartisan agreement. Right. But we come out with a better understanding, and people all over the world are able to hear what leaders of the National Security and Foreign Affairs Committees, both houses and both parties, feel.
Let me ask you directly, what's your perspective on how this war should end, both in terms of process and the substance of
how it should have ended? Yeah. How it should have ended
Well, no, now. How should it?
2.5 years ago,
Right.
the West, including the United States and Canada, should have given Ukraine everything they asked for and let them win. And I will tell you, Russia is taking 40,000 casualties a month. I don't know how long they can stand that. So this idea that somehow Ukraine is barely hanging on against the superpower is not exactly correct. So
we shouldn't rush toward any kind of negotiated peace, you don't think?
I think it would be wonderful if the killing and the fighting would stop. It would have been wonderful if the killing and fighting in World War II could have stopped 2 or 3 years earlier. Regrettably, it didn't. But the Allies at that point were more interested in victory and making sure that this kind of totalitarianism didn't take over Europe.
Why is it different today?
So I've been frustrated. I was frustrated with the Biden administration.
I know you were.
And
you are now, it sounds like.
I went to the White House any number of times. I was on the phone with Jake Sullivan on a bipartisan basis. I sat in the SCIF, our
secure room,
with Chuck Schumer and Democrats and Republicans begging Jake Sullivan to give the ATACMS to Zelensky and his troops. They were doing well, but don't make them go into battle, or don't keep them in battle with one hand tied behind their back. They are the victims of an unprecedented aggression that is going to continue. And I guarantee you, if Ukraine if they do happen to fall, this fledgling post-Soviet Georgia is next, unless maybe it's Moldova that's next. This doesn't stop, and this is why Finland and Sweden joined NATO.
So you prefer to keep supplying Ukraine with military aid rather than move to a negotiated peace?
Thank you for letting me clarify that. I'm absolutely comfortable with talks being held.
Okay.
But not just any deal. Not just any deal to stop the fighting. And I'll tell you, I wouldn't make any permanent decision on national boundaries. We might freeze them where they are now. I don't think we've made a permanent decision with North Korea on boundaries. It's temporary. It's been there for 70 years or 60 years. But I wouldn't concede anything permanently. But if we can stop the fighting and have a several-year period where things stay in place, and maybe some procedure to let actually these 21st century human beings make the same decision that you and I get to make about who runs their life and runs their country. That might be a start. But you look, everybody knows, and you know,
yeah.
and people in the administration know, you don't say before your first meeting what you will agree to and what you won't agree to.
Yeah, I was puzzled by that too.
Yeah, well, I was puzzled too, and I was disturbed. I was disturbed by it.
Tell me, going forward, you were emphatic last fall with the Biden administration, publicly and privately, about the urgency of getting more weapons and lessening the restrictions on the weapons that the Ukrainians could use. Do you still have that same view, that it's urgent that we keep supplying the Ukrainians with that kind of aid?
Yes, until there's a ceasefire. They're the good guys
Yeah.
that are being invaded
Yeah.
by a bigger, stronger neighbor because they think they can.
Yeah. Yeah.
And also, the United States is in danger of getting a reputation.
Right.
Solemnly promise the Afghans,
Yeah.
we're going to have your back.
Right.
And so there's a generation of little girls who got to go to school. Now there are no little girls in school anymore.
And the same thing could happen in Ukraine too. You worry?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes. When we give our word, we ought to keep it. And this is, democracy is wonderful, but there's some disadvantages, and that's you have an election every 4 years, and we're with our Congress every 2 years, and people with different viewpoints get elected. But
some of them even in your own party, it turns out.
Yes, indeed. Yeah. but we should have a foreign policy that is consistent enough that when the United States makes a solemn promise, along with the West,
right,
that we keep that promise.
Let's talk about the reason that you ran for 6 more years. And by the way, is this going to be your final term, do you think, in the Senate?
No. I just took the oath of office 6 weeks ago.
I know you have a lot of grandkids. You get a lot of grandkids.
I look that old, goodness.
All right.
And by the way, I thought I was coming.
I tried to ask him, Mrs. Wicker. I tried.
I thought I was coming over to meet you in a pub.
Yeah.
And have a conversation.
The drinks are in the back here. It's a little early in the morning.
Cameras.
For the hard stuff.
I started to do it about face and walk right out.
You wouldn't do that to me, Senator.
Who are all these people?
I know it. These are the folks who are eager to talk to you afterwards about keeping aid flowing to Ukraine, I'm sure. Let's talk about your recent conversation with President Trump and the reason that you ran for 6 more years and what you feel so strongly about.
I had a real good conversation with President Trump about
defense.
What we'll do for 21st century peace through strength.
Yeah.
And my proposal to make the Pentagon more modern, like Tesla is, and like SpaceX and Blue Origin and things like that. I mean, it's just for somebody who doesn't have the shackles of the bureaucracy and the stultified rules in the Pentagon. It's just a lot easier to get something done. We are way too slow on new things. Way too many people have to bless it, and we can do better.
This is one of the things that unifies your party, all factions of the party, which is plussing up defense spending, right? I mean, almost everybody on your side.
I'd say you've got a good 90-10 on that.
Yeah. No matter the view about NATO or Ukraine, there's a sort of consensus in the GOP. We got to spend more on defense, right?
So, well, there are people in the caucus who understand that defense is national preservation and security.
Yes.
There are others who say, well, unless we cut the debt, we'll all be bankrupt and it won't matter. I think unless we protect our shores and our interests, there's no the debt's going to be twice as.
So what's your vision? 6 more.
We had a good conversation with Donald Trump about. I had a good conversation with Donald, and it was just the president and I, and Susie and 2 staffers.
The White House?
Yes, in the Oval Office, and he was very engaged. And missile defense, which we're calling Iron Dome for America. It's not mechanically the same thing as Israel has, because Israel's the size of New Jersey, and we're a vast continent. But ships, submarines. We talked about the next generation of fighter jet, which we call NGAD, hasn't even been named yet, and how we can do that. And I will tell you that this is super news for someone like me and like people in the administration. Donald Trump absolutely is going to help us get, I'd say, 150 billion or down to 100 billion, somewhere in that range, in the reconciliation bill, and he's going to go to the mat for these expenditures, just like he's gone to the mat for all these appointments that he's made. He is going to be very engaged in that, and I have a little group of House members and former House members I meet with most weeks.
Shelter and marching.
And they say that the president is very engaged in getting this done.
You're a House guy yourself, even though you're a senator now. You wouldn't ever want to admit that, but I used to be in the House, right?
I very much enjoy being in the House.
30 years.
I was actually I was dumbfounded and distressed when Trent Lott called me one Sunday after Thanksgiving in 2007 and said he was resigning.
Yeah.
I didn't know what to make of that.
Because you came to the House in '94, so you're a 30-year veteran of Congress now.
But there's nothing wrong with that. Experience helps.
And your vision going forward, though, is really that it's imperative that the U.S. plus up its defense spending, especially when it comes to the NATO.
Well, yeah,
right?
particularly when you see that Russia and China are working together like they never have before. Yeah. And so who's sending troops to fight in Ukraine? North Korea.
Right.
And who's helping to send funds? It's Iran. And so, you know, they are an axis of aggression like they never have been before.
And therefore imperative for the U.S. to spend more on our own defense, you're saying?
Yes, and spend it effectively. Let's don't say it's imperative that we spend more. It's imperative that we buy more and produce more and manufacture more.
Have you had a conversation
so that we can avoid a war? Xi Jinping went to his Congress, invited the international press there. Everybody could see it. It was a public meeting, and he says, "I want to be ready. I want you, the Congress of the People's Republic of China, to help us be ready to retake Taiwan by the year 2027."
When you talk,
we're now in our second month of 2025.
To President Trump, he was on board with more spending on defense. Did this Doge come up that Elon Musk is running, which is trying to find cuts in government spending?
Well, it didn't come up, but I'll tell you, I'm delighted. I really am. And people ask me if I'm comfortable with Doge coming into the Pentagon.
I was about to.
Yes, and clearly we've got some confidential stuff, some very important national security secrets that have to be protected, unlike maybe the Transportation Department or.
Does that give you some pause, though? The fact.
Well, we have to be careful because the president's commander in chief, and he knows that.
Yeah.
And surely Elon Musk does. But to the extent that this Doge operation is uncovering wasteful spending that nobody can justify, it is it's helpful.
But how do you
and it's popular with the people. I mean, Donald Trump gets a much higher approval on that than he got in the election.
Is it still going to be popular with you if he comes over to the Pentagon and starts cutting funding willy-nilly?
Well, I don't think he'll do that.
Why are you confident he won't?
Well, the spending that he has advocated cutting so far has seemed wasteful. Now, and I made this statement after the USAID, but after he began taking over USAID, I've always thought it's important for us to combat the China Belt and Road Initiative.
Which was what USAID was doing, right?
Yes, but apparently not very effectively. I mean, to spend one penny of your taxpayer money
Yeah.
on transgender operas in strict Islamic countries is an absolute waste of money. It's absurd, and apparently there was a lot of that.
But do you have to gut the entire organization?
Well, I don't.
A handful of programs?
I hope that doesn't happen.
They took the name off the building. It already has, hasn't it?
Well, okay. Well, I think it's if it's moved to the State Department, that will be okay.
Okay.
If the Education Department is moved back under HEW, that would be okay. I mean, nobody can argue that education, that primary and secondary education in the United States is better than it was 50 years ago, when or 40 years ago, whenever the department was created. Nobody can say it's better now.
Right.
It's worse. So I wouldn't mind consolidating that.
Right. Let's wrap where we
let's wrap.
began.
Yes. I think
we're
out
fun.
of time.
I know. You're
Cut
finally noticing.
Turn that TV off.
You're finally noticing. What's your message for Europe? They're obviously very nervous right now about a new president in the U.S., about a sort of a negotiated end to Ukraine that they may not have a great say in.
Well, they may be upset that someone is suggesting that, but everyone knows that Europe and NATO and the people represented at this conference are going to have very much of a hand in what happens.
You can assure them that.
Yes, everyone knows that. There's just no question that we're going to depend on one of our strongest alliances. So, yeah, look, I was here at this conference during the first Trump administration, and I heard the concerns and the bewilderment of some of our allies. This is we've got a guy who likes to be provocative and who's getting things done, sometimes in a way that's not considered genteel by Western standards.
But your message is that there's still folks in the U.S., still folks in the Republican Party who view Russia for what they are.
Yes, and I hope that we are on the ascendancy rather than the other way around.
Well, I think Roger Wicker will have a say in trying to make that a reality. Senator, good to see you. Thanks for your time. Appreciate
Thank you.
it.
Appreciate it.
Thanks so much.
Yeah.
Good morning, everyone, from a snowy Munich this morning. Very happy that you all made it to our POLITICO Pub here in the Rosewood Hotel at the Munich Security Conference. I'm Laurens Cerullis. I'm the cybersecurity editor for POLITICO in Europe. And I'm happy to be moderating the next panel of our discussion. And we're going to get into questions of wars of the future. So we're going to be discussing technology and how technology is changing the reality of military warfare, both on the battlefield and off the battlefield. And to do so, I've got the pleasure of having three wonderful guests with me today. I'd like to introduce Anne Neuberger, who's a former US Deputy National Security Advisor for Cyber and Emerging Threats. Jean-Charles Ehlerman-Kingombe, round of applause, wonderful.
There's no round of applause here.
Jean-Charles Ehlerman-Kingombe, who's NATO Assistant Secretary General for Innovation, Hybrid and Cyber. A little round of applause, perhaps. And we've got Christopher Alberg, the co-founder and CEO of Recorded Future, a renowned threat intelligence firm. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
So just one quick note to the audience that we will have one panelist leaving at 12:15. Don't be scared. It's not because she didn't like our answers. It's because she has to get to the next session. So, Anne, we do appreciate you being here. Let me just start with quickly talking about setting the scene here. Because clearly there is a race going on. And we've seen that in this current geopolitical climate, there is conflict, there is an increasing tension around defense and security, and that has translated to the technology sector and to technology and the role it plays in defense and security. There's a tech arms race that is going on between militaries, but there's also a technology race that's been going on between governments and that has translated to the industry itself. And so that's what we're going to be talking about the link between how the tech sector is influencing our security and our military engagement, and vice versa. So this is going into issues of artificial intelligence, which is a very prominent topic at this year's Munich Security Conference, and also into issues like drones, cyber offensive capabilities, and other technologies. I guess the obvious question to ask our panel here today, and Anne, if I may start with you, obviously you all come from a background within the sort of the transatlantic space, and my question is, if we look at the technology race and how this is translating into our military capabilities, who is winning the tech race globally right now?
So first, thank you so much, Laurent. It's great to be here with you. It's great to be here with this group here. I would say, just setting the scene a bit, as you noted, the contours of battle and battle space are changing and have already dramatically changed. So when we talk about who is winning, we should first talk about what does battle and battle space look like, and what are the components of victory in that space. Because what we see in battle, so it's no surprise that the evening before Russia invaded Ukraine, Russia conducted an offensive cyber attack on a private sector satellite company providing military communications to Ukraine's military. Right? It was an early shot, traditional military planning, disable your enemy's communications. But it was done via an offensive cyber attack on a private company, because the nature of war has changed in terms of what capabilities are, who's providing them, and frankly, how many military platforms are now software-based in that way as well. So that's the nature of battle. And when we talk about the nature of battle space, in terms of projecting power, we see new hybrid forms of warfare, from trying to disrupt undersea communications to massing swarms of drones. AI plays a key role of that, to a tighter integration of intelligence. So every step in the kill chain, from identifying a target, manufacturing weapons, all the way through to using a particular capability, is radically transforming. So when we think about your question of who is winning, that changes at any given moment in time in terms of agility, in terms of the ability to integrate software into the battle space, and in terms of the ability to use innovation at a particular moment in time.
So this is a challenge I think that NATO is also very engaged in, and we've heard in our reporting, we've heard from NATO officials as well that there is a big challenge around the speed of deployment, the speed of innovation, and the time it takes to get from a lab to a military system or a battlefield. Jean, if you want to comment, what do you think is the state of NATO and its allies right now when it comes to speeding up that innovation?
Well, thank you very much also for inviting me. And I'd like first to actually answer the first question. Who's winning? And I think my answer is the jury is still out. And we have all the conditions for winning. We have state-of-the-art universities, research communities, fantastic companies, both well-established primes, startups. But the fact is that we're not bringing solutions at pace into the hands of our defense forces. You've got the Chinese investing massively, having a seamless system between defense industry and defense. You've got the Russians, not only the Ukrainians, but the Russians learning on the battlefield in Ukraine, managing to bring down developing cycles substantially, as low as 2 to 12 weeks. So the question is, or not the question is, we don't know yet who's winning the race, but we cannot take for granted that we will be winning the race. I think that's the problem and that's the challenge, and therefore one of the things that we are discussing currently in NATO is what can we do to increase the rate, the pace of adoption. And there I think we're particularly looking at the political level and the policy level. At the political level, I think there are two things. One thing is, and I think, I'm a bureaucrat, so I have to say that, innovation is not only about the tech stuff, it's also about bureaucracies, it's about culture, and I think without wanting to delve into regional stereotypes, I think particularly in Europe, there is a lot of risk awareness, and we need to instill a mindset where you accept risk, where you accept that you need to fail in order to succeed. We need to provide the incentive structures in our acquisition systems. So that is one thing. And the second thing is we also need to have a conversation about ring-fencing funding for innovation so that we don't spend all our money now on known platforms, leaving us without the possibility of investing 2 years with a new thing that will make a difference appears, and to force ourselves to invest in those ecosystems that drive innovation. So that's two on the political level. And then on policy, I think what we're seeing today is many of the new solutions are off-the-shelf solutions from non-defense sectors, from the big tech companies, from startups, and those new entrants bring with them a new way of developing products, much more iterative, where you engage with the end users, and we need to be able to match that. We are focusing on 4 things. One is how to facilitate testing and experimentation. 2, how to ensure procurement, less focus on specific requirements, more on sought-after effects. 3, how to make a connect between those communities. The tech people need to understand what military wants. The military needs to understand what's out there. And then 4th and finally, education. I think many of the top brass in acquisition branches, defense ministries, people like myself, we don't come from tech background. We don't really know the potential. We need to do that education.
Just as one quick follow-up, you mentioned Russia has a development cycle of 2 to 12 weeks. Where are NATO allies at right now?
Well, we have seen over the years that we have not been able to reduce substantially our development cycles. And the NATO allies are not on the field battling right now, so we just said that there is not this drive to bring down the development cycles. So that's also why I think we're often referring to the fantastic prowess of the Ukrainian armed forces, and there is much positive to be said about this. We're just forgetting that at the other end of the fence, side of the fence, the Russians are also learning, and we need to take that seriously.
And if we're on Ukraine and the technologies that we're seeing there, obviously there's been a lot of movement. It will soon be the 3rd anniversary of the conflict. I remember being in Munich 3 years ago, and you felt the tension in the air, and we've seen what it has caused in the last 3 years. My question is, what we've seen on the battlefield there, it gets into AI, it gets into drones, it gets into even things like citizen apps that have helped the Ukrainian army develop its own responses and strategies. What are the things in that conflict that we will see stick around, or that we will see sort of being adopted elsewhere as well? Maybe Christopher.
Yeah, no, I think so. We have our largest deployment, or second largest deployment in the world, in Ukraine, across 19 agencies, ministries, you name it. And what's the, obviously 95% of that is to try to do the right thing and try to help out, but learning, being able to sort of, and especially in the cyber domain where this happens very fast. Most times the problem with, I'm not a big fan of the innovation word, by the way. I'm a computer scientist. I think most people who say innovation has never innovated anything. I've cooked up 2 things in my life. That's how I like to think about it. But the rate of sort of coming up with new stuff in Ukraine is very fast. And that 5% of what we've done there is just learning and just being in that cycle. And I think that's maybe the key thing of this. Is not about tech X or tech Y or Z. It's that the Ukrainians are in that learning cycle, and that learning cycle will keep going for years. But to the other point, so will the Iranians, so will the North Koreans, so will the Russians, and pretty much all of our adversaries are in that learning cycle as well. And I think that might be the thing to really take away from this.
And what would your takeaway be from what we've seen in 3 years?
I'll give a practical example, I think, that extends what Chris was referring to, which is one thing that's really transformed in the Ukrainian battle space has been electronic warfare on offense and defense, jamming, and how new satellite constellations make jamming far more difficult, but also how much, I'll take a step back for a moment. A number of years ago, when I was serving in the US intelligence community, I led an effort to modernize what we called our technical SIGINT mission, right? That was the mission to say, how long does it take from the time a new software-defined radar, a new signal comes up, till a platform knows what it is, can characterize it, and can defend against it, right? And we need that, obviously the timeline needs to be incredibly tight. At the time, the goal was to get it down to several months from more than a year, and that was achieved. Today, you need software engineers at the forefront, seeing a signal, characterizing what it is, and updating the platforms, because otherwise you have very expensive tanks and other platforms whose capability is precision targeting, and if that precision targeting can be jammed, then you have an expensive platform that's not achieving its impact. Similarly, when you think about the ability of new platforms like drones to deliver in a particular environment, they have to be able to reach their target. And there's been a constant evolution of offense and defense in terms of trying to disrupt the control of those kinds of platforms. So I think the collapse of offensive and defensive space in spectrum space, so that precision targeting can be continued, so that new platforms like drones can deliver in a very contested spectrum space, is something that will be transformative for any battle of the future.
Very similar to when GRU started putting some of their cyber units in Donetsk to be there and grab devices and be able to, again, much faster learning loops and also faster intrusions. But I also think just to sit in the midst of it, as opposed to sitting at home in Moscow and doing this stuff. So again, our dear adversaries are learning as well.
Just 2 examples. I think you're seeing how AI is also impacting existing weapon systems by improving, for instance, precision striking. We can reduce substantially the use of 155 millimeter grenades. One example, and second, and I think that is really also a game changer. It's massively reducing decision time, and I think the ability to crunch enormous amounts of data, put them in the hands of the decision maker, I think is a feature that will impact massively in the long term the way that we conduct warfare. And then I think you said education, learning. I think it also raises more fundamental questions about, the division of labor in the battlefield. What are the kind of profiles we have? How do we learn to work with these things? I think so that long-term impact, and I think so that is at the point that that innovation and tech is not only about the tech stuff, it's also about all the things around it. And right now, we've seen that with the drones, you've introduced the technology on the battlefield before you actually had the doctrine. So we're actually now working on a doctrine for UAVs class 100, less than 150 kilos, because right now many of the Ukrainian drones that have been shot down by Ukrainians. So the doctrine development is now been introduced after the technology itself. So I think an interesting challenge for us.
And when you say you're working on, so the NATO alliance is working
Yes.
on doctrine jointly
Yes.
to define this.
Yes.
So maybe this brings me to, I think, one of the key technologies at the heart, because this goes into drones and it goes into what we've seen in Ukraine. But artificial intelligence, there's been a lot of talk about artificial intelligence in the tech sector for the past 2 years. And we're seeing this really translate also to the Munich Security Conference this weekend, where a lot of the talk is around who holds the control over this technology, who holds power over this technology, and what role does AI play in sort of the technological arms race going on between different regions. My question would be, from what we've seen in the last couple of months, and maybe Anne, if I can ask you from your vantage point of looking at adversaries or other countries like China and Russia, how confident are you about the state of artificial intelligence technology in, say, NATO-allied countries versus the state of artificial intelligence in other countries?
So the power of AI to the topic of the talk, which is wars of the future, really relate to which country or countries bring together the compute, the models, and frankly, the data most effectively in platforms at the edge, right? And each of the countries you talked about, each have an advantage. China has a massive advantage in that Chinese cameras are deployed globally around the world, hundreds of millions of cameras. So the ability to train computer vision models on facial recognition, on identification of a particular weapons platform are very advanced. And the ability to deploy that at the edge to a surveillance system to know and characterize a given platform. So I think as we talk about AI, it's important to get specific, to say in the context of, is it intelligence? Is it language identification to try to uncover coded language that military individuals might be using? Is it identification of platforms? Or is it to coordinate efforts in, for example, a wide Pacific Ocean where the challenge is often identification and communication between platforms? What worries me the most to the question you asked about NATO is that there's a central contest between authoritarian countries and democracies in the race to deploy AI. And that is because, using the example I gave, China is ahead of, let's say, the US and democracies in training advanced facial recognition models for obvious reasons. It's not concerned about the civil liberties and privacy of its citizens. Or when Chinese tech is deployed around the world as part of smart city applications, the citizens of those countries as well. So we have to challenge ourselves as democracies to say we need to deploy AI in line with our values, but also recognize there's risk of doing and risk of not doing, be transparent with our allies, with our citizens about what we're doing, and move out. Because we're in a competition with authoritarian governments where we're not playing the same game. And AI is critical to the battlefield, for examples I gave and examples you've heard from all of us on the panel. And we don't have the option. We need to do it responsibly, but we also need to move out quickly because it is key to the future in terms of identifying targets, deploying them, and frankly, protecting forces at war.
Yeah, no, I think exactly. We take in an enormous amount of data at Record Future from all kinds of different places, and last 2 years have been all in on trying to use AI for all different things. Now, it is interesting, exactly to Anne's point, that I'd like to say that there's a non-zero chance that AI will have a winner takes it all sort of outcome, where some country will be the king, and we can't have that be China. So now, facial recognition, there are a few things that we've got to be careful about. But apart from that, it's easy here to see a scenario where we regulate ourselves into losing. And to regulate ourselves into losing, with China being the winner on the other end, bad scenario. There is no hot war and we still lose. So that just is a hard no in my book, and I have no idea how we make that happen. But yeah.
John, you want to come in?
I think if the message here is we need to use the thing, I think I completely concur. And particularly for ISR, surveillance, situational awareness, we're seeing the potential that it offers. We have very recently, in respect of what's happening in the Baltic Sea, deployed increased NATO military presence there. But on the back of that, we have launched what we call the Task Force X, which is a project where we introduce new technology, drones and others, and all the imagery, all the data that it provides, be fused and drawing on AI solutions will provide that situation awareness that allows you to identify patterns, deviations, act before the problem occurs. So I think I think is very much also the mindset, seek and chase the opportunity with AI is very much what we also, I think that's the mindset that we're also pursuing at NATO.
Maybe one question to follow up on the technology is that part of the Biden administration's strategy on artificial intelligence, but also on microchips, for instance, was about controlling the technology, as in where does it go, how is it exported, who gets access to what parts of the technology that the US is producing and owning. And from your perspective, how would you evaluate that strategy and how it turned out? Because it was notoriously hard to stop technology from leaking, right?
Firstly, the most important part of technology is using it for innovation. You want to hold your enemies back, you want to run faster. And I would say running faster is more important than holding your enemies back, right? So that is the most, first, I just want to characterize that. We often get asked about export controls. I strongly believe that actual use of AI in a responsible way in line with our values by our military and intelligence community is the most important asset to winning. Trying to control technology is a strategy, but it is a part of the larger approach, and it's far more important to run faster than to try to handicap your adversary. With that said, these are powerful technologies, and to the extent, given, as I noted, that there is not a fair race necessarily between democracies and authoritarian governments in the race to deploy AI models, the Biden administration approach was to say, let's seek to control these technologies. And you saw that in a number of steps related to specifically chips and compute. There are many who look at the recent DeepSeek announcement and say the compute controls did not succeed. And I think there's two angles to that story. One angle is anytime an entity faces resistance, right, faces challenges. The CEO of DeepSeek mentioned that the chip controls had caused them to move out slower, but it also led them to innovate. And indeed they did. It forced them to integrate their platform across the hardware, the architecture, look at the algorithms and development of the models in new and creative ways. And indeed, a lot of their creative approaches, I suspect that US models and European models will also start adopting those as well. So certainly the chip controls made it harder. That led to ongoing innovation. And we should expect that to continue moving forward as well. So I think one would expect some level of continuity because the overall strategy has been both run faster and make it harder for your adversaries. And I think we can expect that to continue.
So excited you're putting it that way because run faster is exactly the thing. They published the source code. Let's grab the source code and do something better out of it. And I think that's exactly right. Run fast.
And to turn to the politics for a second, I've got to follow up because we obviously now have a new administration coming in, and we're slowly seeing the top of what will be national security leadership take place, essentially, being confirmed. So my question is, where you were in the Biden administration, how do you see that being continued or discontinued under President Trump, and what aspects of it can you see being discontinued?
So one can never predict the future unless one is a prophet, and I think the age of prophecy died years ago. Certainly, as we look to what we've been talking about here, as technology is changing the battlefield, we know and we've heard President Trump, his national security advisor, and his team talk about the need to ensure that the military, the intelligence community is adopting technology quickly, and that there's an effective partnership with our private sector, which is the driver of American innovation. It has always been the driver of American innovation. And in that way, I think that keeping the pressure on to ensure that we are adapting. Some of the integration, as somebody, I've worked in the intelligence community over many years to integrate technology to modernize missions. It's good to have a forcing function in many ways. And our forcing function is the broad set of adversaries, whether they're transnational actors, whether they're the closer alliance between Iran, Russia, and China, which worries me significantly, because each of those countries, historically, their distrust of each other has precluded a closer cooperation. And each brings something distinct to a cooperation. And now it feels like their cooperation is getting closer. That is a driver for the West to work closely, to integrate technology faster, and to move out, and of course, to do everything we can to ensure that the most advanced technologies are harder for adversaries to get into their hands. Export controls on advanced technologies was done in the context of Russia. We've seen that when Russian missiles land in Ukraine and they're broken apart, they're using chips from household devices because clearly the controls made it harder for them. And that's important as we see the Russian defense industrial base has really started to gear up and produce technology more at scale than they were able to do at the beginning of the conflict.
Cool.
I think in terms of stepping up, I think with what you describe and with what is at stake, I think we are also realizing increasingly that nations need to work better together, share more info, but also we need more systematically to tap in to what the private sector has to offer. And I think we're seeing that across a number of domains, also in cyber, where we are setting up at NATO a new integrated cyber center, which will not only for the first time bring together all 32 allies with the NATO construct, but also facilitate that the private sector can sit around the table. So tapping into the private sector that sits on piles of data in many, very, very often have the right solutions to facilitate that they can come in, declassify data so they can come in and provide the solution. These kinds of ways of working we need to explore much more, because I think in facing the opposition and what they have to offer, I think we really need to draw on all our strengths.
Yeah, no, I think I moved to the US 27 years ago, having had one idea at the time, and moved there because that was the best place to build a company, and access to capital, smart people, the whole thing, innovation landscape, you pick it, and also a large market of customers. And that's important to remember that, so now we see in the US, there's this wave of Palantir and Anduril and SpaceX, and I'd like to think Record Future is sort of in that thing too. And I think the sort of the flow in that, and the fact that the US government is willing to actually buy these things now at scale, that will drive an innovation loop that it might outsmart the Apollo mission one day, for like when we look at what that did. And I think as Europeans, for those who are in the room who are Europeans, there's got to be sort of like, you can put in place all the tech, the people, the smarts, the venture capital, but there's got to be a buyer. And showing up at the German Defense Department and try to sell stuff, it is like, it's like passing the Gobi Desert or something. It is not easy. And I'll say it, that's probably controversial. You can beat me up afterwards, but it's all right. It is very important, because you can do all that other stuff. If that part doesn't work, it's dead on arrival.
You picked the right place to say it.
That's the culture thing we discussed before. But maybe also adding to this is the fragmentation. Because, you can invent the smartest thing in Lithuania, and the Lithuanian defense might be exhilarated and want to buy it, but they'll probably not buy enough for you to actually build a business. And I think we need also to address this fragmentation in how we are developing, testing, experimenting new stuff, so that we from the outset can create also in Europe larger markets that we've been able to in the past.
Great. I'd love to take some questions from the floor if you have some. Max, I can see you in the back, but first I want to thank Anne, because it was wonderful having her on the panel, but she needs to run to the next one. So Anne, thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, sir, in the front. Thank you. You may stand up and address the room. That's what we're here for.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Udoju Ilo. I'm the CEO of the Hague Institute of Innovations of Law. Now, so I hear you guys on the need to race, to be ahead of the pack. But I'm also wondering, how are the regulatory framework and the law following this pace of development? Because the laws of wars are changing because of the kind of conflicts we have. Civilians are playing important roles in wars. Private companies are getting involved. And there are issues of privacy, there are issues of property rights, and all of that happening in this, smart race to outwit each other. And I'm wondering, without a complementary regulatory framework, are we not also going into an uncharted territory that could pose fundamental danger to human rights, human safety and security, and even the whole concept of the global world order, where we do things according to certain, framework of understanding or rules? But it doesn't seem to me that what is happening now is actually governed by any clear rules. And how are you guys responding to that? And do you consider that to be a threat?
This is a very valid question. I want to thank you for the question, because we have been going on about military innovation, but there is a big question around safety, around the rules, around the impact that it has, and around non-proliferation. Can you get the genie back in the bottle if you invent arms in a new way? Is this a process that you can control in some way? So thank you for the question. Anyone wants to come in?
Yeah, no, I think, again, Ukraine, good example. Other places on the planet, too, that might be more controversial will stick to Ukraine. Various sort of parts of the world asked us to get involved, and we got involved. And I remember asking early on, so where's the air cover? But, everybody's, no, get involved. And about 30 days ago, Russia declared us an enemy of the state, undesirable, or whatever they call it. Thank you very much. And so, exactly to your point, this is not a Mickey Mouse sort of thing. You have to sort of know the game you're in. And of course, we need laws on many of these things. Now, at the same time, if I get lost first and then die versus I'll survive and then get the loss, I do think that it's important to run first and be alive. So,
Sean, any thoughts?
I think we've had and we have, NATO policies on responsible use of AI, and we have set down various mechanisms, the so-called DAR board, where we exchange information, share best practices. So there are discussions around this, but at the same time, we're also seeking the opportunity. And I think right now, again, coming back to the race, the ability to adopt fast is one that we cannot leave aside, while we also address other very legitimate, difficult issues.
What I find interesting, and we'll get to cybersecurity still, but what is interesting is that when we talk about technology and the role it plays in warfare, the line between what is essentially the rules of war versus what is international law in peace or between peaceful partners, that line blurs constantly. And so it's very challenging to the policy frameworks that we've built up in the last couple of decades. Just exactly where do you draw that line, and in which space are you exactly? And we'll get to that with cybersecurity in a second. Just want to ask Jesse, Max at the back has a question.
But may I just add, though, while you're miking up, I think the difficulty for us, but that's also a self-imposed difficulty, is that NATO and the Western Alliance, we abide by international rule of law. I think that is the self-constructed obstacle, but that's a good obstacle. That's what defines who we are. So I think so we have no intentions of breaking with that. What we're seeing, I think that has not to do with AI, but there's been a lot of discussions about how can we push back on in the Baltic Sea in response to what's happening with our critical undersea infrastructure, and there we have seen new patterns of acting in that hybrid response, which go to the boundary of the law of the sea, but still you stay within that space because that's the space which is important for us. So it's only to say that there is a difficulty. This is a challenge for us, but that challenge must not prevent us from at the same time going after the solutions. Because also in cybersecurity, I mean, the adversaries are not only fielding and disregarding these more moral, legal issues. They are also using developed instruments that are then pointing at us. I mean, we are also fending off cybersecurity driven by AI every day, every minute.
It's very good. The adversary will every time use the law against us. Yes. Why is we don't have a cybercrime problem? No. We have a Russian cybercrime problem, and those Russian cyber criminals will use it against us. So that's why we have to be very careful that we don't invent laws that hurt ourselves, but the adversary is just smiling and laughing all the way to the bank. So,
Max.
Co-director of Virtual Roots. Continuing on this theme, Ukraine has made a decision to conduct many of its offensive cyber operations through semi-state actors like the Ukrainian IT army, rather than integrate them deeply within the state, like spinning off quickly a cyber command. To what degree has this made the opportunity for both governments as well as the private sector harder to support them in some of these efforts to strike back, as such an efforts from Ukraine also blur the boundaries between civilians and military actors operating against Russia?
So first of all, I do not know of any private company that has gotten involved with these guys that you're referring to, and I think I have decent insight. And so just I don't know of any of that. Even this Ukrainian IT army sort of thing, I don't know what that really is actually. It was a big Telegram channel with lots of clicks on it. I would not try to overrate that, and I think some of their successful stuff, again with no knowledge, I think has been done in other ways. So
are you saying the impact of the Ukrainian army was?
Yeah, I'm trying to be vague without I think private companies should not get involved in offensive cyber, in general, is sort of my mind. And number two, on those Ukrainian elements you're referring to, I think A, may not exist, and B, I do not know of any companies gotten involved with it. So, sorry to shoot you down. But
if you say private companies should not be involved in offensive operations, that would mean it would be a strict competence of militaries and defense ministries, but they do rely on technology support services from private companies. So how do you draw the line there? Maybe Jean, if you want to comment on that as well.
I mean, I'm not aware of governments, but certainly not NATO, drawing on private companies to conduct offensive cyber activities. In general, NATO relies on capabilities provided by nation states, allied nation states, and that goes, I think, for all domains.
We've heard we interviewed a Latvian foreign minister, I believe it was 2 weeks ago, who made a plea to be less cautious or more vocal about the need for cyber offensive operations, specifically mentioning that countries should be open to talk about these capabilities exist, they are being used, and countries should increasingly be open about talking about offensive cyber operations, especially when it comes to countries like Russia, which he specifically was referring to. What's your take there? Why are we still not able to address it or speak about it publicly?
I think in general, and I think cyber, falls under a broader umbrella of what we call hybrid warfare, and And I think where we've seen in recent years an intensification of activity and also an increased recklessness in activity. And I think from our point of view in NATO, when we are currently developing new strategy on the subject, I think we need to have a more robust response. I think a response that allows us to deter in a way that with an ambition of reducing the pressure on us on cyber in general, on hybrid in general, including cyber. So I think that conversation about a more robust response, ensuring that it is not felt as risk-free to impose cost on us. I think that conversation is very much one that we're having under this overall hybrid agenda.
I think this is, and I think what Anne would say, I cannot speak for her at all, but in the US, intelligence agencies have become more open, talking about what they're doing and what sort of operations they do. I think it's the same thing for cyber operations, and cyber operations, kind of to the point of the legal question here earlier, should be done by countries and executed by countries, and private companies should stay away from that. There are a few companies in Israel, there are a few companies in some other places who fiddles in that, and it's a bad idea. So.
I've got 2 more questions from the floor if the mic is still going around. Great, Christina will be with you in a second. Sorry, there's just one first there, and then we come to you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Gert Auvert, Chief of Cybersecurity Center from Estonia. I have a question, deterrence in cybersecurity. From NATO perspective, from the collective West perspective, does it work? And then attribution as one of the keys there. Well, we do it as nation states. We do it together, we do it collectively, we do it alone. If the result of this is that the person who is attributed is hailed as a hero back home, then what's the point?
That's a critical question with a deeper meaning. John?
First question, does deterrence work? I think yes and no. I think we have been doing a lot in recent years in building our resilience, not least in the cyber domain. So yes. At the same time, as I mentioned before, we are seeing a continuous increase in cyber activity. So in that respect, we have not managed to deter cyber. So it's a yes and it's a no. And then there is the discussion about attribution, which is an important one. Attribution is still for the nations to call. But I think this is also the conversation that we would like to open on the new hybrid strategy. I think what we've seen, the response we did in the Baltic Sea, was actually not in response to a specifically attributed incident. It was in response to a pattern, an observed pattern that we could see, were deliberate or not, both resonated with what we know our adversaries have as ambition, and 2, was putting in danger critical infrastructure for the alliance. So we were actually able, that strengthened effort you've seen in the Baltic Sea, we've done that without a specific attribution. And I think whilst attributing is super important and we should strive for it, we should not necessarily always wait for it, because attribution is usually something that comes on the back of an investigation. That can take 6 months, that can take 2 years. But the harm is being done now, and if we want to deter, we need also to send a signal. That can be an asymmetric response. For instance, sending more ships into the Baltic Sea. If there's one thing that's certain, the Russians don't like to have more NATO ships in the Baltic Sea. So my point is that yes, attribution is important, belong to the allies themselves, but we as NATO can do things also without a specific attribution.
That's a very good point. I did promise one last question, Christina, and then we're going to have to wrap it up because my clock is rapidly ticking towards 0. But if you can keep your question short, and if we can keep our response short, that would be wonderful.
Hi, my name is Trina Flockhart. I'm from the European University Institute in Florence. And my question is a bit sort of bird's eye view, because As we are speaking now, I think we're in real danger that the liberal international order is fracturing, so that we end up with an American order and a European order. So I'm wondering, it's as you've touched on several times, it's well known that the United States innovates and the EU regulates. What can the EU in this, is there a silver lining of innovative people not wanting to stay in Trump's America? And what can the EU do to allure them back to Europe and to place their innovative energy in the EU?
If you think about what do they call them, sea turtles coming back to China, they offer them a more enormous amount. That's the word they use, and I think they now talk about being on the third wave of sea turtles come back to China. Huge research grants, the ability to build companies. I bet you they have better stock option programs in China than they have in the EU writ large. Make it easy to build companies. Make it easy to do all the different things you need to do, whether it's, again, academic funding or build something entrepreneurial. Now, I happen to live in Boston with lots of foreigners. I'm half Swedish, half American. So have I heard of a single person who wants to move back because of this? I think don't have too big of illusion, but...
Can't say it's not a nice setting, right?
Yeah.
Thank you. I want to close with one question, which is a yes or no, and it gets us back to cybersecurity and the question of how does this play a role in military conflict. Yes or no, are we going to see a cyber attack that amounts to what triggers Article 5 within NATO in the coming year? Jean?
You cannot exclude it.
Christopher?
It's possible.
Those are two vague answers, but we'll take them. Thank you so much. Thank you for a wonderful discussion, and thank you all for being in the room. It's very helpful. This is all the time we have. Please find your way to the bar and have a nice drink and a nice conversation. Thank you so much.
You have another conversation.
I know.
Okay.
You want me to?
We were going to have you stay there.
Okay.
And then
Cool.
introduce your next guest.
Great. Yep.
We'll send them in like 2 minutes.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for being with us again. We are back, and we're back to talk about cybersecurity here at the Politico Pub at the Rosewood Hotel at the Munich Security Conference that's kicked off this morning. I'm Lauren Cyrulus. I'm Politico's cybersecurity editor in Europe. And I'm going to be spending the next 20 minutes to talk about cybersecurity in depth. So we'll talk about cybersecurity, cyber defense, cybercrime as a Cyber Insights briefing session for today's program. To do so, I have the absolute pleasure of having Chris Krebs with me. For those who are in cyber, you know who Chris Krebs is. Chris is one of the most renowned cybersecurity experts and former official at CISA in the United States, currently Chief Intelligence and Public Policy Officer at SentinelOne. Chris, it's a pleasure to have you with me. Thank you so much for joining us for the discussion.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Thanks to Politico.
I hear you came in this morning, so how's your landing into Munich been so far?
I got my 30-minute power nap, so a little bit of coffee, and I'm good to go for at least another few hours.
Wonderful. Thanks so much. So when we talk about cybersecurity, obviously the Munich Security Conference is going. It's a very peculiar couple of days that we're having here because there's so much moving at the time that we are having discussions, and so it will be really interesting to see. What is clear is that the discussion on technology and on cybersecurity is one that is sort of across the board. Sort of a looming element. It's an issue that is always lurking in the background of security tensions and conflict, and it is one where we continue to sort of grapple with its importance and with its impact on what we're seeing in geopolitics today. You're very close to it from an analyst and a threat intelligence perspective, and so I really want to start where a lot of the discussions around cybersecurity have been around in the last couple of weeks and months, which is that we've seen new threats, we've seen a changing threat landscape. I'm referring to the attacks that we've seen, or the intrusions that we've seen of global telecommunications providers across the world by groups such as Salt Typhoon, Volt Typhoon, etc. And this is really a new element that we're seeing, and where we see Western governments sort of grappling with how to respond to this. Can you just talk us through what exactly has been going on, both within the threat intelligence community and the policy community in the past couple of months in response to this?
Yeah, so the way I see it, Chinese cyber, Chinese hacking is or should be one of the most talked about topics, certainly in the US, but I think in Europe as well. And that should have been over the last year and a half, 18 months to 2 years. And I said it several times through the last US election. If not for the US election, the number one thing we would all be talking about, or at least should be talking about, is Chinese hacking of the telecoms, Chinese hacking of critical infrastructure. And there are a few reasons for that. But I do kind of want to go back to one of your setup comments, the fact that we're sitting here in the Rosewood as opposed to the Bayer Rischerhof and talking cyber. And that has been my experience now for half a decade plus. Cyber is tangential, as you mentioned. It's kind of lurking in the shadows, but it's not main stage. We are getting to the point where it has to be main stage because of the increase of threats that you just mentioned. So to kind of break down what's happening big picture, about 2 years ago, Microsoft released a report about a group known as Volt Typhoon. Volt Typhoon is their internal code name for the Chinese PLA, the military. It's their hacking group, and they were discovered hacking into 2 separate types or profiles of targets. The first was natural, military targets. So US bases in Hawaii, bases on the West Coast, Guam, and elsewhere. The second profile of targets was much more concerning and less natural. And it's also appropriate that you had Ann Neuberger up here, because she was one of the ones who was really raising the alarm here. But that second profile was just civilian critical infrastructure that didn't fit a very clear strategic objective of, for instance, a port on the West Coast. there were water facilities in the middle of the United States that had no military objective. And so when you break it down and you look a little bit harder, what comes to light is that the targeting unveils the fact that the Chinese do not separate military and civilian targets. It's all part of the broader objective. That they also, in addition to disrupting critical infrastructure from an operational perspective, they also want a separate outcome of societal chaos, societal panic, and yes, perhaps even loss of life. And the concept is, and this is not just my assessment, this is from the Central Intelligence Agency, the deputy director and the director in the last administration both said that President Xi had directed his military to give him the option, the capability to invade Taiwan by 2027. Again, that's the CIA's assessment, not mine. And whether they actually do that, I don't know if the political decision has been made. But nonetheless, the idea is that they want to win that invasion before the ships start rolling across the Strait of Taiwan. One way they would do that is not just hit military targets for the U.S., but they would hit civilian targets so that the population, civilians, are suffering in the midst of this event. That they are demanding political leadership say, hey, take care of me. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about the island over there. Get my water back on. Get my lights back on. Get my groceries back on the shelves at the supermarket. So that plan is part of the Chinese strategy. Now, there's a second element of this, in addition to the military side, and that's the Salt Typhoon campaign that you mentioned, going after telecommunications. Salt Typhoon is the Ministry of State Security. That is their equivalent of their espionage or their security service. So what they've done over the last couple of years is just use some of those vulnerabilities and systems that Anne was talking about to be able to walk into all the major telecommunications providers in the United States, and yes, here in Europe as well. Over the last month or so, it's come to light that there have been additional victims of nation-level, national-level telecommunications provider. This is just espionage, though, and that's the key differentiator.
Do you see, how does that translate into the response that we've seen? Because indeed, there's been a very active discussion in the United States, roughly for a couple past months since the quarter four of 2024 around this topic. And in Europe, that conversation around how do we respond to this, how do we deal with this cyber espionage threat that is clearly out there and present, it has been much less active. Why? Do you have an explanation for that?
Well, I think it's proximity, and I think it's also experience. And again, on the Volt Typhoon, the Volt Typhoon is the military. And this is one issue I think as a security community we have to resolve using code names, which mystifies the adversary. We need to really get down to brass tacks, call them what they are, if we want to resonate with the business community and with the just the general population. Call it what it is: Chinese military, Chinese spying. Chinese military that was detected 2.5 years ago, I think that set the stage, at least in the security community and across the business community. And then you pile on top the spying across the networks, the telecommunication networks, including the Vice President of the United States, the now Vice President, then the candidate. One of his phones was compromised by the Chinese. So it really resonated in the halls of power as well as across the business community. I don't know if we have that same level of resonance here in Europe, but I will say this: in my travels, Australia in December, London last month, again, the security services are entirely on board, and they are working with the business community. The question is whether we're doing enough on the cybersecurity defenses to harden systems, protect the systems, to keep the Chinese hackers out.
So on the element of that's China, and on the element of Russia, I think we do have seen a much more active discussion in Europe. There's also a very active threat in NATO's eastern flank, and we're also seeing things like hybrid campaigns play out all across Europe right now. You were very close to the presidential election in 2020. That was one of the reasons why current president Donald Trump and the president then asked you to leave office, or fired you, as we may say.
I was trying to figure out how you were going to land that, but yes.
So my question is, from your experience on election integrity and election security, with what you're seeing play out in Europe right now, Germany is having its election this month. How confident can we be that there is the resilience, that there is the response mechanisms in place to actually hold fair elections?
So I think this is one of the things that's come to light over the last decade. And again, taking a very US-centric approach, the 2016 election and the Russian interference and influence campaigns that were rolled out across the 2016 election, it became apparent that our adversaries understood that there were technical systems that they could go after that frankly didn't yield much satisfaction. They were not really able to do much from hacking into election systems in the US and get any outcome. They weren't able to change votes. It's very, very hard, distributed systems. But where they have seen they can get some traction and some purchase and some progress is going after the psychological attack surface, to go after the population, to get them riled up. And frankly, the Russians, the Iranians, the Chinese, they're really not generating net new content. They're not creating divisions across the American people or elsewhere. They're taking existing divides or points of friction and just amplifying and playing both sides of the coin. And it's not just the US. We've seen that here in Europe. We just saw what happened with Romania's election, with foreign interference there as well. So it is not a threat that's going away. It will happen. There will be some degree of influence operation, at a minimum from Russia, in the German election. And it will be every other major election going forward. But it's not just elections, right? We're seeing the Russians on a daily basis undermine support of Ukraine. And it was a really interesting analysis when you look at the U.S. election. As soon as the election was over, the next day, boom, all the activity that we were seeing from Russian-affiliated actors, the kind of successors of Prigozhin's Internet Research Agency, they all pivoted right back to the Ukrainian conflict. So they're nimble, they're flexible, they're adaptable, but they are absolutely active, and they will continue to be active going forward because they've seen the last decade the fact that not just can they get a reaction from the public, but they also see that the media loves covering this stuff, and it only further amplifies. And so when you actually measure what the real impact is, it's not from the operation itself, it's the reflections and the refractions.
Sticking with Russia, but pivoting to cybercrime for a second. So obviously we've seen very active cybercrime. Ransomware has been the top cyber threat for industry for, I believe, 2 or 3 years now. This is a clear and present threat to industries, to sectors, also to governments. We do have new reports now. We've got one report this week from Google that basically points out that the line between what we consider cybercrime and cybercriminal networks versus what we consider state-backed hacking groups, advanced persistent threat groups, etc., that line is increasingly blurring, and that in fact these are ecosystems that exchange tools, they exchange resources and capabilities. Do you agree with that assessment, and do you feel that that should be impacting how we respond to it?
I absolutely agree, and it was funny that on the prior panel, Christopher Ahlberg had mentioned that it's not a cybercrime problem, it's a Russian cybercrime problem. I think that's one way to look at it, but I do think that there's a broader set of threat actors that are now in the game because over the last 6, 7, 8 years, they've seen how profitable it can be. And there are groups even emerging out of the United States that could have graduated out of video game cheat code hacking and are now into cybercrime. At MGM Grand Casino in Las Vegas a couple years ago, there were a number of US and UK minors in some cases, and they have the advantage of, law enforcement doesn't always roll them up because they know they're minors and they're just going to have to put them back on the street. So it is a truly a global scourge currently. And to your point, there is an increasingly blurry line between state actors and non-state actors, and particularly the way that taskings happen. So we had reports out of the UK's National Cybersecurity Center just a year and a half ago that suggested, or did suggest, flat out said, that Russian security services were giving direction on tasking objectives to cybercrime groups that they would subsequently go after. And our own research at Sentinel One suggests that Chinese state-affiliated actors are also now pivoting to ransomware in kind of a last-mile cleanup effort. And it makes a lot of sense. You achieve your nation-state objectives, you get the intelligence you want, you get the intellectual property you want, and then you make a little bit of extra money on the side. And I think that is in states where corruption is rife and where rule of law does not exist as robustly as it does in the West and in democracies, we will continue to see that play out. But the real issue here is that by the democratization of the internet and the fact that we've collapsed these geographic distances between us and anyone on the other side of the earth can reach out and touch someone in Germany, in the US, or elsewhere, the barriers to entry are quite low, and the commodity level of tooling and capabilities are just hanging out there on the internet that anyone can go and buy.
What we've also seen is a much more active law enforcement community. The
Yes.
FBI has led a number of takedowns and crackdowns on the ransomware groups behind this technology. The technology itself is much more sharing of how to decrypt, for instance, how to respond to this threat. That's been a very active side of
Yes.
what FBI has been doing, what Europol has been coordinating in Europe. We're now seeing a change of leadership in the United States. How do you think that work is going to continue?
I think it will continue. And again, we just had Ann Neuberger up here, who in large part was the kinetic energy driver behind the counter-ransomware initiative that emerged after the Colonial Pipeline incident in the United States in 2021. By the way, fun little fact, the only time that President Biden met President Putin was the summer of 21 after the Colonial Pipeline incident. So ransomware led to the only meeting of the two as Biden was president. But nonetheless, the counter-ransomware initiative, I think, has staying power because it is truly a joint effort, where, in fact, the United States, if anything, was encouraging but not leading any of the various work streams. And so the various countries that are involved will continue to drive those efforts. And I think those joint operations have been effective. The Lockbit takedown, Lockbit was a large group that was disrupted last year, and in large part by the National Crime Agency in the UK. And it's efforts like those that the thing we have to keep in mind, though, is that there will not be a single fatal blow. This is a marathon. This is an ultra marathon. You are just chipping away constantly, disrupting them, taking their tools away from them, making them go develop new tools, breaking the trust between the groups themselves so that they're entirely online, but making sure that they might not know who the other person they thought was their ally or friend is not necessarily their ally or friend. That is all friction. That is all positive for defenders. And then the second piece is the deterrent side. We have a much different ransomware experience in the United States than you do here in Europe, particularly in the UK, where there are laws in many cases on paying the ransom. That is a meaningful deterrence measure. And in a lot of cases, the ransomware operators are not going after those targets because they know they're not going to get money. That does not exist in the US. And so it does drive whales. It drives bigger takedowns in bigger ransomware pots. So we do continue to see big activity in the US.
If I can ask you, one of the reasons why this doesn't exist in the US, or at least in some countries, is because when it comes to a hospital, you can't force a hospital not to pay a ransom if literally its systems are down and its patients are waiting to be operated. Do you think there is some
The
way
UK may disagree with you on that. Under the national health system, There is a proposal on the table that would limit the ability to pay ransom in some cases.
Do you believe it should be a blanket rule, or should there be exceptions to a certain?
It's likely not achievable or enforceable at the present. I think we need to aspire to a point where you can't pay ransom, but I also think we need to break down the conversation a little bit, because the way ransomware has evolved, it's not just about encrypting and locking up systems, it's also about stealing data and extorting. I think on the extortion side, the reason you pay, this is a generalized statement, but there are different reasons. One reason could be for regulatory purposes or otherwise. So we have to evaluate the tensions, evaluate the incentives for payment, and see what levers we can pull there to get in front of payments.
What I do want to get at is we've been talking a lot about, I guess, what you could call sort of active or proactive responses. Another aspect is obviously the defense side and the element of resilience. How do we build resilience in our governments, in our industries, in our societies against these threats? There's been a lot of work on this, both in the United States as in Europe. I look at this from the European perspective. We cover European policy very closely, and there's been a regulatory drive, as we've seen in across the European Union, steps to regulate and thus force
Cyber Resilience Act. Yes,
exactly.
Yeah.
Now, the point that I want to get to is. This has been quite a productive exchange, I feel, between the European agencies and their American counterparts in the last couple of years. There's been a lot of exchange, a lot of forums, and a lot of exchanging of industry practices of how do you handle resilience. Do you believe that will continue? Because the new administration clearly has a different view of what government agencies are supposed to do.
I think the vice president in Paris the other day was crystal clear in terms of the regulatory divide between across the Atlantic. I think the last administration made significant progress in working with industry to find the right regulatory levers to pull, streamline, make smarter regulations. It's not clear to me just yet what the current administration, the Trump administration, is going to do. However, I think if you follow the words they put on paper and their messaging, you're going to see deregulation, and that's going to be likely across the board, including cyber. And unfortunately, I think resilience, at least what I've seen in the U.S. markets, resilience is a byproduct of stress. And stress comes in a couple different ways. One of those stressors is regulation. Another one of those stressors is actually having an incident, and you have to respond and get better for the next time. So we'll see what happens. I think we're probably going to enter a phase here of a few more incidents in the United States.
If we want to close with where we started, which is cybersecurity at the top of the political agenda, how do you express to leaders that will be speaking in just an hour or so at this security conference, just a couple of minutes away? How do you express to them the real threat of cybersecurity and cyber threat actors right now? What is the one thing you would tell a leader that gets on stage in a bit about what this actually impacts in their government?
China is preparing for war. The first trigger they're going to pull is cyber. Are we ready?
Great. Chris, I want to thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Test. Test.
Thank you. All right.
All right. Thanks, everyone, for sitting with us for that quite interesting discourse at Munich Security Conference. We're here for some instant reaction. I'm Jack Detch. I'm a defense reporter here at Politico. I have Ambassador Michael McFaul, the former U.S. ambassador to Russia.
Thanks for having me. I'm not sure they thank you that we're talking, but
well, yeah.
It seems like they're doing okay without us, but I'm happy to be with you.
Yeah, no, just curious to casually chat about what we just saw. The Munich keynote, always kind of something that echoes in history a bit, but not the speech we were expecting. Certainly a discourse from the vice president about free speech, about what's going on in Europe. Very little mention, if any mention, of Ukraine, NATO, some of the big topics and confusion that's on the mind of European politicians here.
Yeah, well, I'll have to read the speech and think about it. My initial reaction was three different things. So number one, as an American, and I want to be clear, as an American citizen, listening to my elected official, and he won in a free and fair process. But for him to come to Europe and say the biggest threat to Europe is your lack of democracy, is your censorship, I just think is analytically incorrect. The greatest threat to Europe is Russia. I was just with some Ukrainian soldiers literally before his speech, an hour before his speech. They, by the way, consider themselves European. That's how their identity. Censorship and those kinds of threats are not the things that they think are the biggest threats. So I just think analytically, some of the things are legitimate. I think talking about what happened in Romania is legitimate. But to say that that is the biggest threat to Europe at this moment, when everybody else at this meeting thinks we're in a major crisis in terms of the transatlantic relationship, was wrong. Number two, the irony of the elected officials from the United States of America coming here and talking about individual problems of democracy when President Trump called the last election illegitimate. He said it was not a fair election. He then inspired people to storm our parliament, our Capitol building. And then when he was elected president, he let all those people out of jail. I'm sorry, but there's a hypocrisy to be lecturing Europeans about how well they are practicing democracy when we are struggling with the practice of democracy at home. And the last thing I'll say in terms of immediate reactions, these guys are all about sovereignty when we're talking about America. Sovereignty, America first, right? we get to govern the way we want to govern, and yet to come here and to lecture an entire continent. He didn't even talk about individual countries. He lectured an entire continent about their flaws. I just would point out there's some real hypocrisy about our sovereignty we're going to defend, but your sovereignty, it's free for us to tell you what to do, and it's free for us to have the richest Americans be very directly involved in your elections. As he joked about it, but it's, that's not actually a defense of sovereignty. That's something else.
Yeah.
Other than that, I love the speech.
As a footnote, of course, J.D. Vance did not accept the results of the 2020 election.
Yes, he did not.
And I'm just curious sort of where this, how you see the administration sort of coming into this moment and making this type of speech. Was this misreading the room? Was this misreading the audience? What confusion does this leave in the minds of Europeans after not addressing some of the key issues here? Ukraine, NATO did not really make any noise in this speech.
Well, just one more comment thinking about the speech, the fourth thing that's related to that. There was a hypothesis in the speech that the voices of Europeans and democracies are not allowed to speak and are not being represented. I'm not an expert on elections in all of European countries, but I know a little bit about it, and I don't think that hypothesis is not shared by data. The people that have his views in Europe are represented in all kinds of parliaments all across the continent. They're competing in elections in this country in 9 days. So this notion that there's censorship, that he used the word commissars to describe the European Union. I know a little bit about real commissars. I studied the Soviet Union. That is just insulting, and it's just empirically not true. But then he left out the places where it is true. Russia, if you're worried about censorship, if you're worried about jailing your opposition, if you're worried about killing the leaders of the opposition, that's what happened here a year ago in Munich when Alexei Navalny was killed. The fact that he would focus just on the crisis in Europe on these things and not speak about Russia, I thought was a big missed opportunity. But to your point, he obviously made a decision that he was going to give a political speech about, the values that he aspires to, and, that's okay. But I think the audience, and most certainly I, was waiting for clarification about what right now is a very convoluted set of statements that the Trump administration has made about their involvement in a peace process with respect to Ukraine and their negotiations with Putin. This would have been a fantastic opportunity to clarify that. He himself has made contradictory statements compared to the Secretary of Defense. This speech could have been a moment of clarification, and he chose not to do that. He chose to do a different speech.
Right. We saw Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, of course, at the Ukraine Defense Contact Group earlier this week, make some statements about how Ukraine would end up at the end of the war not whole, and then, of course, walked those comments back later. It seems like this is creating a lot of confusion among the Europeans. I mean, what message do you think people may be taking away from, of course, the convoluted messaging earlier in the week from the administration, and now this speech, which, of course, doesn't seem to be on some of the major topics that are for debate here?
Well, one takeaway I had is that our vice president's not going to be involved in foreign policy, right? So when I was in the government, the 2009 speech was delivered by Vice President Biden, and when he came to this conference, it was very clear that he was going to be a major player in foreign policy, whether that was good outcomes or bad outcomes, that's for others to judge. But that was a very clear signal. His speech was about security. This speech was not, which suggests to me that the vice president's going to be involved in these issues back home and not involved in foreign policy. The second thing, the takeaway is they are not going to be afraid to take, Trumpism abroad. That was, he has his definition of values that are not neutral. They're very partisan from my point of view. And he's decided they've decided that this is going to be part of their foreign policy. That is something very new.
And where does this leave the Europeans, of course? Because they had a lot of questions, of course, about the peace deal. They had a lot of questions about what would come after the peace deal. Would it be peacekeepers on the ground? Would it be some sort of armed force? They had questions about the 5% mark that we didn't hear any answers to. Does this send the message to the Europeans that potentially they have to lead on these issues and maybe factor the United States out of the equation?
Yes. I mean, my hope is that that will not be the case. And I, as an American, I hope I won't be censored by these these folks, right? I hope I'll have the chance to articulate a different perspective in a democratic society, in a democratic country. My hope is that we will have a debate about these issues, because most Americans don't want to pull out of NATO, by the way. The polling on that's very clear. Most Americans actually support assistance to Ukraine. Polling's very clear on that. The last vote we had on it, it was crystal clear. Majorities in both houses voted for that. So we should have that debate, and I hope there's not a premature conclusion that we're leaving. But they're sending the signals that they want to leave. They want Europe to be in the lead. And so if Europe is supposed to be in the lead, then one, Europe has to be part of the negotiations. And I think it was just a tactical mistake that the President Trump called Putin before he called anyone in Brussels, before he called anyone in any of the major countries in Europe, and before he called Zelensky. Because ultimately, if they're supposed to be in charge of their own security, they have to be part of the negotiation. And I hope that message is clear. And I welcome that. I think that would be great. We want Europe. The European speakers that spoke today also said the same thing. I think this is a turning point where, from my point of view, somebody also believes in democratic values. We need a stronger Europe, and I hope that is a result of this conference.
In the last 40 seconds I have with you, obviously this was going to be an agenda setter. Where does Vance's speech leave the agenda for the rest of the conference?
My guess is most people at this conference won't have much to say about that speech. That speech was orthogonal. That was off to the side. That was a speech, I think, intended in many ways for American domestic audiences more than this audience. Maybe I'll be surprised by that, but my guess is we'll be waiting to hear about what I consider to be the much more immediate threats to security. He somehow thinks it's censorship. I actually think it's Russia, and my guess is most people here still think it's Russia.
Wonderful. Well, Ambassador McFaul, thank you so much for coming up on stage with me. And
Thank
everyone,
you.
Stick around. We have a great program coming up in just a few minutes. We'll have a meet and greet with Ukrainian fighters and then a congressional roundtable. So stay tuned. Thank you.
Thank you.
So
All right, thanks for having me.
Let's trade information.
Sure. Thank you.
Have your mics. I can thank you again.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the Politico Pub at the Munich Security Conference. Thank you all for coming. We're so proud to present this space this year with all the programming we've had, with even the fries, real American fries, drinks. We're glad you guys can make it. Please think of this as a space where you can come and chill out. So much better than the mezzanine cafe in the Bayerischer Hof we're all familiar with. We're really excited about this session, which is in two parts. The first part of this session, we'll be hearing from Ukrainian soldiers who have come directly from the front lines here to speak with us. We are so grateful to With Honor, who are our main sponsors here. After we've had the Ukrainian soldiers come and speak with us, then we're going to have a fascinating session with a bipartisan group of members of Congress, the US Congress, who are going to hopefully tell us their reaction to the speech we just heard, and then explain to us how they managed to work in a bipartisan way in this slightly less bipartisan era that we're living in. So without further ado, I'd like Rai Barkot to come up, my good friend Rai, to come up and explain a little bit about With Honor and also introduce the fighters from Ukraine. Thanks.
Perfect. Rai. Thanks, Jamil. Jamil Anderley, give it up for Jamil, our great host. And what a great spot. I understand this is the first time that Politico has done MSC. It is also the first time that With Honor has been at MSC. I'm Rai Barkot. I'm a co-founder of With Honor. I served in the Marine Corps a little while ago. And I founded this organization about 7 years ago to fight polarization in the U.S. Congress. We like to say that clearly we're doing a hell of a job. If you look at the old Congress. But you're going to hear from some of the members in this bipartisan group called the FOR Country Caucus, F-O-R Country Caucus, in about 20 minutes. First, though, we're thrilled to be able to have, with our partner, the Viktor Pinchuk Foundation, some of the Ukrainian soldiers who are in from the front lines. I grew up as the son of a Vietnam veteran. In Vietnam, the typical tour was about 13 months. Well, the typical tour in Ukraine now is over 3 years of combat from the front lines. And these soldiers are there, and they are going back. Just put yourself into that mental space for a moment. You're here in this bubble of Munich, and 3 days later, or however many days later, you're back on the front lines in this war. I was privileged to have the opportunity to travel to the front lines with a bipartisan delegation from Congress, thanks to Ukrainian Member of Parliament Sasha Ustinova, who we'll hear from in a moment. And we traveled to Kharkiv, and we traveled to Kherson, and we saw the real impact of this war and the soldiers that are fighting it day in and day out. So without further ado, it's a pleasure to welcome a Ukrainian Member of Parliament, Sasha Ustinova, who will then introduce Svetlana, the executive director of the Pinchuk Foundation, board member rather, and our brave Ukrainian soldiers. We are with you in solidarity, and that's why we're shining a light on you over the next few minutes. All right, Sasha, over to you.
Come on. Yes. Okay, if you... Hello. Should I be sitting? I don't even know. It's a great privilege and honor for me to be speaking today at this auditorium at the Munich Security Forum, because Munich Security Forum is a very special event for Ukraine, because basically we remember the reaction of Putin before the invasion and how he behaved. And it was clear for us a few days before the invasion that he was going to do that, especially, and it was very obvious here. And I can hardly imagine it's been 3 years of war. And I remember that at the beginning of the war, nobody believed we would survive more than 24, 72 hours. And due to these people who are sitting here, we did. And we're still alive. And guess what? We're going to win this war. And I do hope we're going to win this war this year, because it cannot go forever. And I think at this stage, at the stages at this Munich Security Forum, the decisions can be made how to win this war. We know what we need to do that, and we have been very clear. We have been clear in the United States, talking to our bipartisan colleagues, and I'm very grateful to Roy Barcott because we had never had such a bipartisan support as we had among veterans in the United States Congress. Because I was going since day one of war around the Hill asking for everything, starting with the mix, the old mix from Poland, and then ended up with HIMARS and other types of weapons. And it was always the only group in the United States Congress who said, you don't have to persuade us. We know what you need, and we know that you have to win this war. We're with you. And I wish there was this bipartisan support among all of the Congress, as there is a solid one inside this for-country caucus, which is all veterans. And they sometimes talk between themselves and fight who is better, a Marine or a Navy SEAL. But when it comes to the Ukrainian question, there's always support, and they're very solid on what we need. So we're very grateful to them. We're grateful for our European partners who stood up a lot. And when I'm now in the United States and I'm being asked one question whether Europe is, I'm honestly telling them, well, Europe had delivered 50% more weapons this year than the United States did. Europe gave us all of the air defense systems. Europe gave us all of the jets. Europe gave us 5 times more tanks than the United States. That's why they did step in, and they understand that if Ukraine goes down, it's going to be their war. So I just want to thank all of our partners. I want to thank everyone here because I know if you would not support Ukraine, you would not be in this room. And thank you for McKinsey supporting us. Thank you for Politico, who is always writing about Ukraine and the importance of it. Thank you so much, and I would like to pass the floor to these people because they're the most important one, and to Mr. Butkevich, who is a war prisoner and who just, I think it was a few months that you had been released. And I can tell you that every Ukrainian knows his name, and we've all been praying for him to come back home. So I just want to pass the floor to you and to Svetlana to introduce our military, because these are the heroes that not are keeping just me and my family alive, but all of you sitting here, standing here in a comfortable place, and not thinking about a missile coming here to Munich, as we could not imagine the same 3 years ago in Kiev. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alexandra. Well, I just want, before I pass the word to these fantastic people who came here, I want to say that we are, as the Victim of Truth Foundation, were in MSC already for many years. And I really remember the last MSC before the full invasion. It was like 4 or 5 days before the start. We were here also with some military people. And there was strong discussion about different experts, including the American ones, whether full invasion can take place or can't take place. And everybody basically say no. Like, it's not possible. It can't be. You know, we're in Europe. We're in the 21st century. Like, no way it can happen. And we actually hardly managed to take the last plane to Ukraine to get back, because then all the we couldn't just fly in the country. And then it started. And now we're back here already. We were in 2022, in 2023. We're here 25, and we're here now. And we're here with 8 people actually from Ukraine, with soldiers who came. We call this initiative Message from the Frontline because we believe sometimes it's important to hear not only politicians who are doing really a great and important job, but also to hear directly from the people who are protecting, working, that are using the aid you provide, who are using the weapons you provide, who know what works, what doesn't work, and who really feel what's going on in the country today in terms of war. Physically, mentally, and all their life is about the war. And before I pass the word, I also want to thank specifically to With Honor organization and to Rai, who were really so supportive towards us. And we had events as in States, as in Davos, as in here, who help us, support us, provide the platform. So thank you very much. And I want to give a round of applause to With Honor. Thank you, Politica, for hosting us today here. Thank you so much. You're doing a great job, and we are grateful to have this opportunity. And now I want to speak about these people who are here in the room. So Maxim was already represented. He's a prisoner of war. Really, the country knows him, and we are lucky and we're happy that last year you were just released and you're here with us. So thank you very much for joining this panel. We have Alexander, who started his actually an interesting story I'll tell. I don't know if Alexander will be very much happy, but a long time ago, he was actually in the Russian army. And he was the one in the submarine next to Hawaii, looking at what you're doing. But then he took the right decision, and he switched to Ukrainian army. And he is now in air defense, and he is protecting our strategic including energy infrastructure, and he's doing a great job, and he's a strong air defenseman now in Ukraine. So welcome, Alexander. Anna is really elegant and gorgeous young lady, but she's one of the leading medical instructors in the country. She's also has joined her forces and decided to devote her life to saving lives and teaching people and being herself a combat medic since 2014, I believe. So she's doing already for it for many years, and still now every day having 2 great children, she's devoted to saving Ukrainian lives and make sure we have as maximum as possible trained doctors to keep on saving people's lives. Alexei was a successful civilian person, being working as an economist in National Bank, having a fantastic career, but at some point he decided to join the army, and he realized that he has to protect the country, which is he's doing now great. He's a member of, maybe somebody heard of Khartia Brigade, which is working mainly in the Kharkiv region, that part, and he's in my mind, one of those people who bring innovations into our work. He was leading many specific techs, including absolutely robotic ones. So this is something that brings innovation and might be for you an interest as well, what is checked in Ukraine. So I would love to pass the word now to you, Alexei, and let's start off with you.
Hello everyone, my name is Alexei, as Svetlana mentioned. I will be very short because we, as a military person, don't want to be tell very big and long stories. And my message was will be very, very short. First of all, I want to thank you all for your support, and it's mean politicians for their support on the political area, for military personnel that help us and provide some training, some equipment, and journalists who tell the true story about our war and tell the truth about the war. And it's very important because Russia is very good in propaganda, and it always tries to deceive nations at all, and not only their one. And I think that what is very important is to be together and to be and to have this unity of all this fear. And I think that only in this one we can achieve progress and can achieve victory. Because what I've seen from the front line, I'm the staff worker. I'm not as a guy who is working in the trenches, but I have my perspective from the drones, and also I visited different front lines. And I can see that these atrocities that Russian forces committed and all the efforts that they push, they wouldn't stop in Ukraine. And if we don't stop it in Ukraine, they just will go longer, and we will go further to the Baltic Sea, maybe. I don't know, it's my speculation, but I don't know. But what I've seen from my perspective is that Russia has this very geopolitical objective. And also, I again want to emphasize this importance of this support, because when you've seen in the front line how this ammunition, not in some bag, but how this ammunition killed Russian and saved my personnel. It's very important for me, because I wouldn't maroon for my personnel, and they will come back home. And again, thank you for your support.
Thank you much. Anna?
I will not be so short, because I'm medic and I'm a doctor from the very beginning, and after only that I'm a military person. As Svetlana mentioned, my route in tactical medicine began in 2014, more than 10 years ago, and I'm very excited to be here because it started from TCCC, from United States knowledge. My great dream in 2014 was to have the same tactical medicine like you have in the United States. It was just a very big dream. Then time passed because we was like ancient people in tactical medicine. We have just pieces of rubber, we named it tourniquet from the Soviet times. We had very poorly trained people, we didn't have any evacuation routes or something like that. It was very beginning for us. After that time passed, my volunteer route was 9 years. And only after full-scale invasion, I joined army. And now we have evacuation routes, we have equipment. It's because of your support. It's very big support on the very beginning and now. As for me, my training center have two main partners who work with tactical medicine, and both of them are from the United States. One is Believe Family Foundation, who helps us with instructors, and one is former General Mark Arnold, who is providing us a lot of support, supplies. So your impact is very big. But I don't have now a dream to have the same tactical medicine as you have in the United States, because everything changes. My last deployment was ended 2 months before, because our instructors, we have deployment 2, we go to the front line, we stay there on casualty collection points, and we see how everything changes. For my last deployment, I have seen people who stayed on the position for half a year, no rotation, 150 days on the position. Why? Because we don't have an opportunity to come there and change them. So it's no evacuation, it's very little group working, less than platoon. So there are very, very, very small medical help, very little positions. That's because of drones. Everything changed. We changed our approach to this. We changed our algorithms. We changed our protocols, because in other positions we cannot survive. So now I'm not dreaming about such a tactical medicine. I'm dreaming about working together, about getting next step in tactical medicine, to change these protocols together, to take your knowledges and our knowledges and put it together and have the big result in the end. Thank you for attention.
And I think, just not to take much of your time, last year we were with a group with soldiers in Washington. We came to meet with Congress people, with the White House, with the VA and other institutions. And what was remarkable last year, when we just came in the first Uber car we take from the airport in Washington to go to the hotel, we had a driver who saw us and asked, "Oh, where are you from?" We said, "Well, we are from Ukraine." "Oh, the war is over." And we were like shocked at the time, because we came to battle, we came to explain why US should help us, why do we need support of US. And then we met several more people in the streets and states who were thinking that the war is over in Ukraine. And you know what? Our dream of all of us now, with all the changing world, changing things, that next time, hopefully this year, we're with the soldiers, with the group in Washington again. And when we hear such a question, we just say yes. Thank you very much. That's it from our side.
If I may,
do we want any questions or anything?
If I may add one thing that I do hope we'll find some support here. Even if the war is over tomorrow, or if there is a ceasefire, we need to understand that everybody will be arming, and nobody is going to ever trust that any security guarantees or anything like that would guarantee actually peace. We gave up our nukes. We signed Minsk agreement in 2015, being promised that there will be no war and there will be a ceasefire. Well, my best friend died in 2017. He was a battalion commander during the ceasefire. And I just want to say, please ramp up the production lines, because it's been 3 years of war. I was 9 months pregnant when the war broke. My kid already goes to the daycare and speaks 2 languages. And we're still struggling to persuade our partners to ramp up the production lines. They did a little bit, but when I see the numbers, the combined West cannot compete with one single country. And if you do not change this attitude, we cannot talk about any security guarantees. If we do not have more interceptors than they have missiles, them and North Korea and Iran, we're not going to win the war. And we're not going to stop the war. Because you already know that those drones end up not only in Ukraine, but some of the NATO countries, some of the European countries. Nobody just wants to talk about that openly. We have to be ready, and we have to produce more. Ukraine ramped up the production line as much as we could. I think we're one of the champions right now in that. And we are grateful for our partners for investing in Ukraine, for buying stuff at the Ukrainian market for our soldiers. And this is a great investment for you because at the end, when the war is over, you're going to have access to the technologies tested at the front lines. Because a lot of the stuff that was brought at the beginning of the war ended up being a toy. I keep saying, if your drone has never been tested in Ukraine, it's a toy. It's not a weapon. Because unfortunately, the way the war changes every day, the stuff we had 2 years ago, and we've been begging, I remember Americans, please give us the Grey Eagles and the Reapers, the MQ-9s. And at the beginning, it was a no. And then when there was support for that, the war had changed the way we don't need it anymore. So please focus even in your countries on ramping up the production lines, because there will be no security guarantees and no peace in Europe unless we have more than they do. Thank you.
Thanks, Sasha. Could we have about 5 more minutes before the members of Congress come. Could we go through, from each panel, if you could just share what is your age and what is your family situation? Are you married? Do you have kids? And then I believe we have an interpreter that's here. Sir, if you would be willing to share with us some of your story of surviving Russian captivity, we would appreciate it.
Great. Okay, I can start again. I'm 26 years old. Almost 27, because 24th of February is my birthday. Very great day. Russian change it completely for the future times. And my father and my brother, we all joined Armed Forces of Ukraine on the beginning of the invasion, and only my mother stayed at home, but then my father, due to his some problems with his health, was commissioned from service. But my brother and me, we are currently staying in the Armed Forces. And I would like to add one small thing, not only about me, but about my friend. Last year, I lost my close friend near the city of New York, on the Donetsk region. And, it was kind of irony, because before the war, he won the scholarship to study in New York. But then war became, and he decided to join the forces because he said that it's more important now. And then he said that after the war finished, I'll join and I'll go to study international education, international relations in New York University. But I just ask you and to be together and don't to pretend and don't allow these stories to be like a normal story. Thank you.
So, I am 34. I have 2 sons, and when first Russians came to my land, in my life, it was 2014. My elder son was 2 years old. Now he is 13. And the reason why I am in army is my 2 sons. I don't want them to fight. I want to stop it on me before they will be adults. My marriage was broken a little bit because of war. I'm not sorry about that, but I am divorced. I am single mama now, being in army. Not a big deal. Better than my sons to fight. That's maybe all.
Якщо можеш розповісти просто про твій родинний стан, там як ти живеш, там чи які діти, да.
Перекладати буду перекладати. Мабуть, мікрофон
Да, радий всіх вітати. Королюк Олександр. Закінчив в Криму військово-морський інститут.
My name is Kiruk Alexander. I graduated to the Military and Navy Institute in the Crimea.
Вспів побувати на Північний флот Російської Федерації. Раніше був з Радянського Союзу, потім в Російської Федерації. І вспів зрозуміти, що таке російський менталітет щодо ведення війни.
So I had some time serving in the Soviet fleet at first, and then in the Russian fleet, and I had just enough to understand the Russian mentality and their attitude to the war.
Від себе можу сказати, як офіцер, який встиг побувати там і тут, що чим більше ми будемо давати спротив ворогу, тим менше в них буде шансів на те, щоб приймати самі бездумні рішення, і тим самим ми будемо пришвидшувати перемогу. Бо сьогодні, на жаль, Європа має одного тирана, який в своїх самих важких і дурних думках він не зупиняється. І я думаю, що його бажання, вони далеко виходять за рамки України.
And having been on both sides, I can say that we have to do our best to stop these crazy decisions that are in the head of the tyrant. And I'm knowing him and what's going on in his head. It is clear that they are not going to stop in Ukraine, and he is planning, because of this tyrant approach, to go as far as he can to the Europe.
В 22-му році я прийшов добровольцем на війну, будучи державним службовцем, маючи нормальне життя, маючи гарну сім'ю, 2 дітей. І мені вистачило волі піти туди, де вбивають, де може смерть виглядати за кожним углом. Все, що нам зараз треба, це мобілізувати ось ту саму волю, яка буде давати можливість таким самим воїнам, сотні тисяч воїн, які сьогодні воюють на території України, щоб ця війна залишилась на нашій землі. Щоб ми ворога далі до вас не пустили. Ми це можемо зробити. Але при спільній волі вільного Заходу, який спроможний нам допомогти в тому, щоб ми виконали свою місію, не пустили ворога далі.
In 2022, I volunteered to the front. I had 2 children, and I still decided to go. And what I would like to say is that if we have the strong will to stop the enemy and to resist, and if we are united in this strong will, we will do together our best to make sure that this does not progress any further than, and we will overcome and win ultimately because of the united strong will.
Thank you very much. Well, I'm the only silent figure so far here. We are running out of time for this part, but I will just shortly introduce myself. My name is Maxim Butkevich, and I am not a military person at all, so I probably would speak for longer, but not under these circumstances. I've never thought about being a military. I am actually anti-militarist in my worldview, because I'm a former journalist. I used to work for Ukrainian media, for Ukrainian broadcasting services as an international news and current affairs observer, and for the BBC World Service Ukrainian section at some point in time. But at the same time, I was preoccupied with civic activism, as we call it nowadays in Ukraine, and human rights issues. And later on, I switched completely to human rights issues, so I'm rather known in contemporary Ukraine as a human rights defender. Being a human rights defender, I protested violence and war all my life. And at the end of February 2022, I volunteered to join Ukrainian armed forces, being currently a senior lieutenant of the Ukrainian armed forces and former platoon commander, for one simple reason. I was born in Kiev, and I live in Kiev, and the battle raged at the outskirts of Kiev. Fortunately, at the first day of the invasion, full-scale invasion, all my loved ones, but my parents, were safe. My parents stayed in Kiev adamantly. It was their matter of principle. They felt like if they leave the city, they kind of abandon it to the occupiers, but they never believed that Kiev will fall. And I mostly, for more than 15 years at the time, worked at protecting refugees and asylum seekers who sought asylum in Ukraine, working against discrimination and xenophobia and hate crimes, and protesting and trying to safeguard, let's put it this way, freedom of assembly, freedom of expression, and protecting victims of torture. I knew pretty well human rights situation in Russia. because I dealt with asylum seekers from Russia. And I also was in constant contact with human rights defenders in Russia. I knew that if Russia takes over, there will be no human rights defense. All our achievements in this area, we've achieved quite a lot, actually, over the years. It was difficult, too little, but still. This all will be erased to the ground. And there will be no human rights activity, no human rights defense, because there is no such thing in Russia. We were put in a position when, if one wanted to defend human rights, like me, I felt like I have to take up arms in order to defend the utmost core of my life. And this is how I joined Ukrainian Armed Forces. I took part in liberation of Kiev region with my platoon. I was a platoon commander, as I mentioned, and in June, mid-June, second half of it, 2022, unfortunately, I was captured together with 8 of my guys in Luhansk region by Russian forces, and I spent 2 years and 4 months in Russian captivity. Later on, being sentenced on fabricated charges as a war criminal to 13 years of strict penal colony. So I had the proper field research when it comes to torture, when it comes to freedom of expression, when it comes to access to justice as a human rights defender. But I'm afraid what I witnessed, and we were held after my conviction together with those convicted on criminal charges, mostly like common people. I don't like this common people, but common people, locals, as well as Russians. Not professional criminals, those being in, wrong time, wrong place. And it came to me at some point that our prison colony is little model of Russian society, because basically what was the most difficult in our communication was different about values. I knew that before, but one thing is to know that, and another thing is to live through it. It is a different set of values, where human being means literally nothing, and the state means everything. And the national leader, who is the head of the state, embodies the state, where the whole responsibility for the war, for atrocities, for everything, lies upon political leadership, while they take part in it, work, donate, go to serve and to kill, but thinking that they actually are not responsible because they gave up their freedom of choice, and they think that by this they gave up their own responsibility. But it also came to me, this is a deal with the devil. He comes around saying, give me your freedom and I will deliver you from responsibility. You give up your freedom, but the responsibility is still with you. I can hear sometimes, especially abroad, international scene, opinion that the majority of Russian population does not support the war, that they are not responsible. I would love to believe that, but unfortunately, what I witnessed is totally the opposite. A lot of people are enthusiastic about war in Russia, not because they like to kill or something, but because they associate themselves fully with the authoritarian state, and this is the only thing which gives their lives some certain sense, probably. And even those who disagree with war, they are too afraid, cautious, lazy to protest against it. They never believe they exercise the freedom of choice. I'm afraid I realized that, Tolkien, The Lord of the Rings, I always thought it is a fantasy. It was not. I lived in Mordor for 2 years and 4 months of my life. And I was so lucky to be released, exchanged last October. And I'm afraid, I came to certain conclusions. So now my life is dedicated to 2 things, not to one, not to war. To war and to love. Basically, it is all split between the 2. But I'm afraid
You are still active duty. You are going back to the front lines.
I'm still on active duty, but I think
Can we just pause for a moment? Survived 2.5 years of Russian captivity, is here with us today, is going back to the front lines. Please join me in a standing ovation. Wow. Our salutes to you. And your comment was love at the end. You still hold on to that. We are going to now transition to a panel with 5 members of Congress, all of whom served, 4 who are military veterans, 1 served in the FBI as an agent actually in Ukraine.
Yes.
If we could ask, please, could the warfighters please stand over here? We're going to hand over the microphones, and then we're going to get one group photo together. So please bear with us for about a minute. Or you guys have to go. Okay, you guys have to go back there for the microphones.
Oh,
sorry.
Can you hear me? Yes, you can. Thank you. I'd just like to say thank you again to our brave Ukrainian fighters. Thank you so much. Those moving stories were incredible. Hearing firsthand makes it so much more real for all of us. So thank you, Slava Ukraina. Thank you. So next, we have an amazing panel of members of Congress from the United States, bipartisan panel, which will be, I think, a fascinating discussion, especially after what we've just heard from Ukrainian colleagues and also from the Vice President of the United States. Before they come up on stage for me to have a conversation with them, I'd like to introduce Danielle Burr, who is the Global Head of Public Affairs at McKinsey & Co., who is very kindly sponsoring this panel. So Danielle, please.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. Thank you for being here. As Jamil mentioned, I'm Danielle Burr. I am proudly the head of public affairs at McKinsey & Company, and so glad to be here with you all today. And thank you for dedicating your time to be here today. For those of you that might not be familiar, McKinsey is a global consultancy where we help institutions, large, small, public and private, solve some of the world's most complex problems. Since our founding, we have been helping the transatlantic problems between the U.S. and Europe strengthen security. One of the examples of the way that we do that is between some of the insight pieces that we put out. Most recently, the 2025 European, what are we calling it? The defense and security piece, which is right up here. We have our QR codes that allows for you to take a look at that. One of the ways that we like to insert ourselves into these dialogues is to put out these insight pieces, to let you all understand the facts, to allow the bipartisan lawmakers that we see here today have the access to the insights, have access to the facts so that they can come to the solutions that they need to help solve the complex problems that we all hear about here today. So delighted to be here, delighted to have the opportunity to be a foundational partner with Munich Security Conference, delighted to be a partner with Politico, and of course our good friends at With Honor. So I'm going to hand it back to Rai. Thank you, Rai.
Perfect. Thank you, Danielle. And here's our panel. Here they come. I think, was Politico going to roll some music for strutting here for the panel? It's the early afternoon. Here we go. Congressman Seth Moulton, come on down. All right. Great. Yes. Feel free to do dance moves. Great.
I'm going to hand your microphone to Congressman Fitzpatrick.
Yeah, perfect. All right. All right, everybody, thanks for joining us. Many of you have been here. I'm Rai Barkat, the co-founder and CEO of With Honor. With Honor fights polarization in the United States Congress. Woo. And we do that by helping to support principled veterans and other servant leaders who are focused on actually being bipartisan in a time that it's really difficult to do that. But what we found in the past 7 years of this organization is that one of the key, most fertile areas to actually work across lines, and maybe one of the ones that's most significant, is in national security. And we've been pleased to work alongside the four-country caucus, that's FOR country caucus, that you'll hear a little bit more about, and help pass over 250 laws over the last 6 years. And we continue to plan to continue to stay focused in that regard. So that's why we're here at MSC today. Thanks to Jamil and Politico for hosting this panel. I'm just going to say a quick word about each of the members of Congress, who I'm pleased to be able to also call friends over the years. All have been around since the beginning of this organization. Congressman Seth Moulton was maybe the first person, right up there with one of the first calls that I made. Seth and I served in the basic school together many years ago. We overlapped in the Marine Corps around the same period of time, from 2002 to 2006. He pulled more combat tours than I did. He pulled more combat tours than most pulled. For as an infantry officer in the Marines, and he has been a member of Congress and a real leader within the four-country caucus. Delighted to have him here. Congresswoman Chrissy Houlihan joined the caucus and became the founding vice chair. She is the only member of Congress that I'm aware of to have the distinction of serving in two particular forms, one in the military as an Air Force officer, and the other as a Teach for America alumnus. And one of the areas that we like to really focus on is expanding service opportunities for Americans. It's an area where the parties come together. Congressman Brian Fitzpatrick, former FBI agent, served in Ukraine. He is the co-chair of the Problem Solvers Caucus, which the Four Country Caucus works alongside. He is also the co-chair of the Ukraine Caucus. And it was so moving to hear from our warfighters on the front lines. I believe that he and Congressman Dan Crenshaw to his left were the first two members of Congress that I'm aware of who went to Ukraine after the illegal Russian invasion. They went in their own capacity. I don't know how much they informed the embassy or not, but they were there. They got into Ukraine, and they've been stalwarts for this fight for freedom. We'll hear more about that. In the case of Congressman Dan Crenshaw, I remember him running for Congress the first time. He literally ran. I believe he ran the entire way across his district in Texas, and he's still running and getting good stuff done. I commend to you his podcast, actually, that unpacks a bunch of issues, and I think I shared one of those with Jamil, our moderator. And with that, Jamil, over to you, sir.
You forgot Jason.
Oh my God.
I'm right here.
How could I forget? So Congressman Jason Crow is the reason why I am here. He introduced me to Benedict, the MSC CEO. He was the former co-chair of the Four Country Caucus. He has been around also since the beginning, and he is the only member of Congress to have had a perfect attendance in Four Country Caucus meetings in a former Congress.
Or something. I don't know.
Perfect. You haven't given me an award yet. So.
We can make one up.
It's okay. All right.
Ryan's taking you for granted. You should be.
I know.
Be careful. This is. So thank you so much, Rye. I just want to say one more quick thing. The thing I love about his organization is that it stands for bipartisanship, for fighting against polarization. We at Politico are totally bipartisan, both in the United States and here in Europe, despite what some people might say. We are genuinely committed to bipartisanship and to covering politics through a non-ideological lens. We, I think, do a very good job of that almost all the time, and so With Honor works very, very well with us, and we're committed to the same ideals. And the military side of it, the fact that all of you have fought to defend democracy and to defend freedom and our way of life, I think is really admirable. It's something that my ancestors from the United States, from New Zealand, both did in World War I, World War II. And so even though I haven't fought in any wars, I did live in China for 22 years as a journalist, and it felt like I was fighting in the trenches some of that time. I want to ask you as a panel what your reaction was to the speech. It was, I think, a momentous speech, you could say, I think genuinely, that the Vice President just gave. I am assuming you all watched it, and I'd love to hear, just from each of you, just a quick reaction. What I've heard a lot of European reaction, as I'm based in Brussels, and I live in this part of the world, but I'd love to hear from you how you see what the Vice President just said. Maybe I'll start with you, Congressman Crenshaw.
Yeah.
I can imagine what the European reaction is. I mean, look, he had some strong words on European domestic politics. And I'm not sure I disagree with anything he said on the issues of censorship. I want to take a broader view of what the Trump administration's view is of European security as it pertains to Ukraine, especially because that's obviously the hottest topic there is at the moment. And I think President Trump has been very clear. He's been very clear in multiple interviews. Look, we can't have leverage over Putin if we take things off the table. The administration has been very clear about that. We're taking nothing off the table. We cannot have leverage over Putin in a negotiation if we abandon Ukraine. And he was asked, what does that mean? It means we don't abandon Ukraine. And so, you know, there's a lot of things said. There's a lot of things that can be parsed out. I think one has to look at the overall actual policy objectives of this administration. And you know, when it's all said and done, they're not that different from the last administration. The difference is there's a very clear-cut goal of achieving some kind of peace deal, which I think is in our benefit, whether it's especially an American interest, right? Because what do Americans want more than anything out of this? We want Putin to regret what he's done. That has a lot of implications to it. The implication, especially being that American deterrence prevails. It prevails for the next 50 years. Wars of conquest are a thing that happened pretty often before World War II. Wars of conquest meaning a bigger guy could take the smaller guy's stuff because he likes it. And we all know what world history was like pro-World War II. It was not good. That's the American interest in this. And obviously the Ukrainian interest of survival. And they're fighting valiantly to do that. And our support continues to be unwavering, I think.
Congressman
Yep.
Patrick.
Yeah, so my day started off reading an article out of the Wall Street Journal where Vice President Vance, I thought, used incredibly courageous, bold, strong language, strongest that I've seen yet, leading into these negotiations where he said that he will fight and will not tolerate anything but Ukrainian independent sovereignty, and that they are willing, the administration is willing to go to the mat on sanctions and even troops in Ukraine. That is the strongest language we've heard from anybody. And I applaud Vice President Vance for using such strong language. And to Dan's point, the question we always get asked is, what will the resolution, what does victory look like? And Dan said it best. The goal has to be for Vladimir Putin to regret his decision to invade Ukraine. That has to be the message. Because if the message is that you're going to be rewarded, if you're a dictator that invades a sovereign, freedom-loving democracy, that you will be rewarded, that will send a message to Xi Jinping, to Kim Jong-un, to the Ayatollah, to any other aspiring dictator across the planet. Victory means making these dictators regret the day that they stepped 1 foot over a country's border that is not theirs.
Well said. Congresswoman
I
Gillette, you have one.
I
You
have a
it.
microphone, but I can pass
Yeah,
over to
that's
Seth.
the thing.
You guys can try to guess what side of the aisle we're all from after this question. I was enormously disappointed by the speech. It was in no way, shape, or form what I would have hoped for from the Vice President of the United States of America. And why was that? He spent no time talking about Ukraine. He never once said the word Ukraine or Russia, as far as I remember. And rather, he spent the time, curiously enough, criticizing the European continent for the very things that we in the United States struggle with ourselves. And I felt like it was sort of a pot and kettle situation, where I felt like I wasn't really sure why that moment in our history, our collective history, needed to be about that subject. I felt like it needed to be about whatever the Wall Street Journal article you were talking about was. I feel like that's much more appropriate than the language that was here. So I walked away, to be honest, feeling, and I'm going to say it out loud, I felt like that I am sorry. I'm sorry for that speech for the continent of Europe, and I'm sorry for a significant population of America, maybe the majority of America, who I think will be disappointed with the tone of that speech.
Congressman Moulton.
Sure. Well, by the speech, I assume you're referring to the lecture that Europe just got from the Vice President. And, you know, look, we're here up on a bipartisan panel, and I think it's important to emphasize many of the things that we share in common in the places where we agree, not just the places where we differ. I agree with the Vice President that you should respect election results. I agree with the Vice President that you shouldn't jail your political opponents. I agree with the Vice President that you shouldn't censor the media. The problem is that this Vice President has been unwilling to even say publicly he respects the election results from 2020. Donald Trump said just yesterday that the members of the January 6th committee, his so-called political opponents, should be jailed. And they just kicked the AP out of the Pentagon. So what I heard was a very hypocritical lecture where, I mean, I agree with Dan. Like, there is a lot of things you could agree with in the speech, but the hypocrisy was unbelievable. I don't think I've ever heard a more hypocritical speech in my life. But I also think it's important what Dan said about our shared values for Ukraine. And we've heard some of that from the Vice President. We heard it yesterday. But talk about taking leverage off the table. When you say to Ukraine, you're not going to get all your territory back, when you say to Ukraine, you're not going to be a part of NATO before the negotiations even start, I mean, that's just unbelievably bad negotiating. And it's certainly taking leverage off the table.
Congressman Crow.
Well, a lot of ground has been covered already here.
Yeah, no, I associate myself with the remarks of Seth and Chrissy. And listen, we are a bipartisan veterans organization, and that doesn't mean that we agree all the time. In fact, bipartisanship means that we have pretty honest and pretty tough debates, and yet we still work together. I work with everybody up here, I legislate with everybody up here, and I disagree, and we battle at some point. But with that said, I was embarrassed by that speech, right? And for the reasons that Seth articulated. I think alliances and partnerships, which are one of our core strengths, the foundation of those should be what we focus on, our shared values and what we have in common, not policing or criticizing each other's domestic politics, particularly not policing each other's domestic politics when our own house is not in perfect order either, for the reasons that my colleagues also did a good job of articulating. So, but that said, there's been a lot of things that I have not liked and I've frankly been embarrassed by that have happened in the last 6 weeks. But it could have been more damaging, right? There were no policy pronouncements and big things that locked us in or that locked the alliance in that took things off the table, right? So I do think a lot of things still do remain on the table, and I do think there's room to maneuver, and frankly, in some ways, that was kind of a sigh of relief that nothing happened that couldn't be walked back and couldn't be negotiated.
If I could just finish this by saying there's one thing that is really valuable to me about the people who sit on the stage with me. When I ended this with the speech and was pretty upset, Dan said, what did you think? And I told him a little bit, and he said, don't feel like you have to hold back. Tell me what you really think. And I appreciated that, and I value that. So thank you for that.
So this moment in history is obviously more polarized, not just in the United States, frankly, but across the world. In most democracies, it's a truly polarizing moment. But the fact that you guys are sitting up here together, and the fact that you work together through your shared service and work to bring the two parties in America together, it must be tough. And so I want to ask, how do you do it? And what are the sort of main strategies you have to remain civil and to try to get legislation through that's genuinely bipartisan? And a little bit for all of you, what are the main topics where you see the most overlap between the two parties at the moment?
I had to give a talk to incoming freshmen at orientation recently, and one of the rules I gave them is the elevator rule. Try not to tweet something that you don't want to. Try not to tweet something at someone that you might share an elevator with. Later that day.
They've been in the military, right?
Yeah, I mean,
it's a foxhole rule.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a good rule, and I've learned it over time. I mean, you know who my office neighbor is right now? AOC. So I have to walk past all those Post-it notes every day to get to my office. And but it's been a long time since we tweeted at each other. I think a lot more bipartisanship happens in Congress than people realize. The vast majority of bills that we even pass out of the House are bipartisan. Suspension bills. There are things we work on. The how is a bit more complicated. Sometimes it happens in a caucus setting. A lot of times it happens via committee. If you want, people ask, how do you find the right Democrat to work with? Well, it depends on what committee they're on. It depends on their personality. It depends on a number of things. Sometimes it depends on the caucus. That's helpful. Me and Chrissy worked on FISA reform together to target the cartels. And we both had large elements of our own party voting against that, which is inexplicable. But we can talk about FISA all day. But it happens opportunistically as well, and it happens a lot more, I think, than maybe people give Congress credit for.
I want him to give it to you. That's more bipartisan. No, I'm just.
Yeah, I don't think it's complicated. The key to success in any relationship in our lives, whether they be our personal relationships, our business relationships, any relationship in our lives, is to not allow the perfect to be the enemy of the good. Take 80% of something over 100% of nothing. You come to the center. You build consensus. You see the world through the other person's eyes. understand that all of our paradigms begin based on our own personal life experiences, which are very different than other people's lives experiences. That's the important thing, and tone matters. Your language is very important, and there's never been a single business challenge that's been resolved by people screaming at each other over the boardroom table. There's never been a family crisis that's ever been solved by people screaming at each other across the kitchen table. So why, pray tell, would we take any other approach to government? I think that's very, very important. We're all going to disagree on different policies. We can choose to point out that which we don't like, or we can highlight the things that we do. I came here last year. Then Vice President Kamala Harris spoke. And I found that which I agreed with her speech, even though we disagree on an awful lot, that which I agreed on, and I complimented her over Twitter. I put a tweet out, much to the chagrin of many, many people that I know, because I think it's important that we set that tone. That when we're overseas, we are one country, we are one NATO, and that we have to find areas where we see positive. The disagreements are going to be there. So me and
Sorry, go ahead.
Me and even this administration have a lot of differences. Dan has a lot of differences with the administration. If we want the best outcome, which I do for Ukraine, Ukraine is a hill I will die on, because I think it is so existential that we get this right. So I am taking the approach that we get more bees with honey. So I want to try to use my persuasion with the administration to try to compliment them on what they're doing right, steer them in the direction that I want them to go in, because we have to get this right for the sake of these people and their families who fought on the front lines, and learn from the lessons of the past. September 1st in 1939, when Germany invaded Poland, there were a lot of people across the world, Neville Chamberlain being the most notorious, saying, we don't want to provoke, we don't want to escalate regional conflicts, and a problem that could have been nipped in the bud early, because it was not, turned out to be the costliest and deadliest war in world history. In the prior administration, I wanted to pull my hair out with some of the decisions that were made. There were several of us, including Chairman Meeks at the time, Chairman McCall, I should say, Ranking Member Meeks, who came here, we came to the Polish side of the border, begging, with Secretary Blinken here, begging for MiG-29s, TB-2 drones, S-300 surface-to-air missiles, all Soviet technology. And we were told it's going to be too provocative. Now, just before January, we're giving F-16 fighter jets, ATACMS, authority to go into Russia, and Patriot battery missiles, our most sensitive technology. Imagine if we would have given all of that equipment on day one. We'd be looking at a very, very different trajectory. So when it comes to the topic of Ukraine, which I care deeply about, that's why I chose on day one to chair that caucus, I think both parties have gotten it wrong. I really have. But it's never too late, and we're going to be doing our job with this administration to make sure we have a good outcome for you all.
I just want to say, last year I listened to, we met briefly, but I've listened to you speak. There was a dinner with Pompeo, you remember, and you spoke, and it was fascinating. I learned a lot about how not just the sort of attitudes of Congress towards Ukraine and the battle, but how it actually really works in D.C. Sitting here in Munich, I learned a lot from that. So thank you for that. And how long were you in Ukraine again when you were at the FBI?
I was back and forth for several years.
Back for several years, that's right.
I want to jump in and go next just because I want to key off of two things that Brian said. First of all, he commented on Vice President Harris's speech, and I listened to her speech 2 years ago, and I walked out of that and said that was a terrible speech. So
I was there too. I remember that speech.
So it's okay to be a bipartisan critic, and in fact, the definition of political courage is not criticizing the other party; it's being willing to criticize your own, and that's hard to do in today's Congress. But if you hear, I think, some of the dialogue on this panel, it's about how we're able to cross the aisle by being willing to go against our own party. Like the FISA bill that Dan was talking about, where there were a lot of Democrats and a lot of Republicans who were opposed to that legislation. The other thing that Brian talked about is just how you develop these relationships. And I think actually the foundation of a relationship is trust. And oftentimes you develop trust, or you start developing trust, just by identifying some shared experiences, things that you can relate to. You start to get to know someone by being able to relate to them. Now, we had a meeting with the German defense minister this morning, and I was sitting next to Dan, and I disagreed with some of his comments. And so we talked afterwards. There are a lot of members of Congress that I just wouldn't even bother talking to, but I respect Dan because of his service and because of his experience, some of which I shared. And so, like, to me, Dan's someone that's worth talking to. And I think over the course of 3 minutes of dialogue, we kind of came to some agreement on, what we saw, where we agreed and where we disagreed, probably more where we agreed on what the German defense minister had to say. And that shared experience really anchors us in the four-country caucus. And I think that's really a key to why it works.
So we've talked about Ukraine, and we've talked about your shared military service and mutual respect for each other, which is impressive to see. Are there other areas where you think there can be more bipartisan, like what are the sort of other key areas where bipartisan kind of views?
You mean topics or subjects?
Topics. I mean topics.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of China because that's the one that I...
Well, certainly there is still pretty strong bipartisan agreement about China. I'll give this to you because I'm already mic'd up. What I kind of wanted to contribute, the original question was about how do you get things done?
Yeah.
And I think there's several different ways. One, and many of them have been touched on, one is that you have relationships with people, and two is you develop trust with people. And similar to what you guys were saying, when President Biden was president, I was pushing back on him not doing enough fast enough. I pushed back on Afghanistan. I did all of the things that I could uncomfortably from my side to make sure that happened. And I hope that earned respect and trust from my community as well as from this stage. But I would also say that the way things get done is two ways. Randomly, like a lightning bolt moment, but it's because you have relationships, and also with really hard, very focused work over years and years of time. One thing that we're working on bipartisanly, not with members who are on this stage, but is paid family leave and paid medical leave. This is something that has been vexing the United States for its entire history, and for the last 30 years, we haven't really moved the needle on this. This is an opportunity, I think, especially in a environment such as this, where it's a very fragile majority-minority kind of a thing, where both parties are pro-family, both parties want to support the economy and people to have children and to be able to be successful. And Representative Stephanie Bice, Republican from Oklahoma, and I have worked together for now coming up on 3 years to try to create the legislative solutions for that. That's the deliberate method. And I'm starting to hear people say that this is something that may actually have traction. The random one is we care about paid leave. I put a bill forward on the NDAA that sold a bunch of our tungsten out of our strategic reserves, and it created a pay for, it created money. And with that pay for, the idea was brought forward to use that for paid leave for federal employees. Turns out Ivanka Trump, and this was back in Trump's first term, really likes paid leave. And so she was instrumental in helping get that tungsten, the pay for, to be able to help create the beginnings of paid leave for 2.1 million federal employees. And that's just magic. That's critical minerals meet paid leave. It's crazy.
American solution.
Yeah.
Love it.
Yeah.
Congressman Crow.
Yeah. Well, I'm playing cleanup, so there's not more that I can't say that hasn't already been addressed by the other panelists. I think maybe the only other additional piece is a common understanding by our bipartisan group about the environment in which we are operating. And I think that is maybe a shared view. Right? I think we understand that there's a convergence of forces at play, and that we are swimming upstream of those forces and having to address them together. Right? Substantively, there's a convergence of mass migration pressures on all of our societies, and this is something that everybody in this room can share, and the implications of that politically. We're still all dealing with the fallout from the pandemic, which has had cultural and societal implications on our politics and our societies, and economic stagnation, which we're all still dealing with as well. So all of those things are happening, and then they're all happening within a political environment of disaggregated media, of social media, of extremism coming from multiple forms. So all of those things coming together, and what it requires is that we be willing to take heat from every direction, right? To be somebody who's willing to work in a bipartisan way means that at any given moment, by the way that I speak, the way I communicate, and the way that I legislate, I will be taking heat from my left and from my right and from my back and from my front, because I either won't be going far enough for my base, or I'll be going too far for the folks who disagree with me, and you just have to be willing to do that. And I think that's the definition of leadership that we learned in our service, is leaders don't just follow public sentiment and will, and put their finger up to see where the wind is blowing. You help shape sentiment and will and create coalitions around issues, and that's what I think we are trying to do.
I'm going to ask you a very quick question, but then I'm going to actually, to stop you having to do cleanup, I'm going to start with you with the next topic. But I wanted to ask you, who decides that you have to, not have to, that you get to work in the office next to AOC? Is that like, is that something that's, is it a random
My neighbor
lottery?
is Nancy Mace.
Is it a random lottery, or is someone like an evil sort of plotter behind? I just don't, speaking as a naive person who's, not worked in Washington, and is that intentional? Is that like meant to try to make you more or less bipartisan?
It's kind of a boring answer. It's random.
I was just imagining this elf in the little.
There's more to it, but it's honestly it's boring.
It's basically.
I can tell you how we choose offices, but I think that's
no. Just random. Okay.
Yeah, but since I have the microphone, maybe I'll say another topic that I think we can work on in a bipartisan fashion. And again, this is something Chrissy and I have worked on is cartels. So we're talking about, this is a conference about European security, but in America, there's a lot of bipartisanship and realization from your populist right, who's like, don't deploy anyone anywhere, isolationist, to the populist left, who's isolationist, to your moderate Democrat and moderate Republican. Everybody agrees there is a problem at our southern border. There is an insurgency inside Mexico. That's a problem for the Mexicans. It is a problem for us. And we've done a lot of work on I've led the cartel task force. Again, Chrissy was a part of that. And we passed legislation that allows FISA authorization to target them. There's a lot more that can be done there. And there's a lot more that I think will be done, because there's a lot of agreement as long as we go about it the right way. And that means being inclusive of others, and also realizing that there's a difference between, proclamating an idea, getting it voted on, getting a headline written. There's a difference between that and a lawmaking exercise. And when it comes to some of these issues, they're just too important not to be a lawmaking exercise. And the way our system works, it's very different from the parliamentary systems of all the countries represented here. We have some serious checks and balances, and you need 60 votes in the Senate unless you're doing reconciliation. Then it becomes a partisan exercise. We're not going to talk about that today. But you need 60 votes in the Senate if you want to target the cartels, and that's so it needs to be a lawmaking exercise. You need to have buy-in from the other side, and we plan on doing that. My hope is we end up with a select committee on cartels, because they're one of the most dangerous insurgencies / paramilitaries in the world.
Yeah, Dan just referenced isolationists on the left and isolationists on the right, and I think it's worth saying that probably the vast majority of people at the Munich Security Conference agree with where Democrats and Republicans are in the center in America. I mean, that's where the national security consensus tends to be on committees like the Armed Services Committee, the Foreign Affairs Committee. The moderates, whether they be in the Republican Party or the Democratic Party, are not in the ascendancy right now. We're not the cool guys. We're not the people raising a lot of money.
You're cool, Seth.
I try to be. I've never been. Been trying all my life, Jason.
Should have been a seal.
Not the one. What's that?
You could have been a seal. Shots fired.
Didn't even.
Or a ranger.
And so, in some ways, that highlights why this caucus and the work that we do together as fellow veterans is all the more important, because we need to build political capital in the center, because it's not where there's naturally a lot of political capital right now. You asked about offices. I was on did a CNN interview or something with a Republican colleague, because we were working on a gun reform bill together. Very, very contentious issue. And in the commercial break before the interview, the host said, "So what's the deal? What are you guys, like high school buddies, or you have lockers next to each other in the gym or something? Like, why do you even..." And the answer is, yeah, our lockers are next to each other in the gym, and that's how we got started talking about this. And so the point is that some of this is serendipitous, and it would be really wise for the masters of Congress or the members of Congress to figure out more ways to have these serendipitous moments. I often find that Washington is so polarized. You can't do anything in Washington that's really bipartisan, with very, very few exceptions every month, let alone every day. That oftentimes it's actually at places like this, when you get to travel overseas on a Codel and you find common purpose in advancing America's national security interests. It's often in environments like this where you have the conversations across the aisle that are the seeds of working together.
That's great. Congressman Crow, I'd like to start with you to reverse the cleanup operation. What about Doge? I'm really,
If you can go, we can revert back that way if you want.
No, let's not done that.
I'm good with it.
I think, for us, it is fascinating, like really fascinating. For outsiders watching from Europe, I'm an American citizen. I've experienced a little bit American bureaucracy. The first time I had to go get my social security number, I tried to get a driver's license. I'm still registered. I lived in America the last time was 20 years ago, and I'm still registered in this weird place in Colorado. I can't change it. The American government...
Colorado's not going to let you go.
No, never. It's a wonderful place. I think I voted for you. Maybe, I don't remember. The thing that I observe as an outsider is the American government, and governments in many democracies, frankly, is broken. And it does need a really serious overhaul.
Yep.
And I'm just fascinated to hear from the Democrats where you think Doge can make a real difference. And then maybe hear from the Republicans your criticism of Doge. But let's start with the Democrats and praise Doge for me and tell me why it's going to
Well, I'm not going to do that. Listen, Doge, you're not wrong in that Doge is responding to a real problem. Right? And that problem being that there are many functions of government that are not working the way they should, that are not delivering in the way that they should in an efficient way, in a way that is being good stewards of the taxpayer dollar. And people see it, right? They see it in their everyday lives, right? It takes sometimes 10 years to complete a bridge project. I mean, give me a break. You drive past and you see a bridge under construction for 10 years, and then the government says, this is funded by our taxpayer dollars. And it just makes people more pissed off, is all it does, right? And they should be pissed off. So there's a lot of things like that. So that is what it's in response to. I think it's the wrong remedy. And I think it is largely a theatrical and performative response to that's picking small little examples out of the air and then pretending that those examples are policy writ large and are illustrative of the larger response in government and how government works. That is not largely true, right? And picking on the small people, right, like USAID, and just saying we're going to make across-the-board cuts to USAID and do our humanitarian, when that actually is bad for us economically, it's bad for our national security, it's bad for our moral standing, it's bad for American leadership. It's not the right way to do it. Now, there are good things to focus on, and if Doge wants to focus on, for example, defense and procurement and contracting reform, which actually is one of the most bipartisan issues in Congress, and I think probably everybody on this stage would be like, yes, our contracting system is broken, and the way that we buy and develop big systems is inefficient, it's slow, it's buying the wrong stuff at the wrong time, and it's wasting tens of billions of taxpayer dollars. I'd be perfectly willing to do that, and there's actually bipartisan efforts, and there have been working groups that many people on this platform have served in and led, actually, to focus on that. So recognizing that the angst is real, that the need for reform and efficiency is real within certain areas, but then figuring out what is the tailored, focused, surgical remedy to that can get bipartisan support, that is not theatrical and will not do damage to us, is the task before us.
I mean, yes, everyone knows government isn't efficient. And to just take another perspective on exactly what Jason just said, I think a big problem for Democrats is that we are supposedly the party of defending government, and yet we've done nothing to really reform government and to make it more efficient. But I think the question about Doge is whether the approach that they are taking, as Jason said, will be effective or actually might be just utterly detrimental. Because it seems to me what they're doing is not just making government more efficient, but just eviscerating it, making it go away. And there's this, this is common, conservative view, the conservative American who doesn't want government involved in his life and in any way and says, get the government to take their hands off my Social Security check. Okay, well, this is a government program, right? And so there is a degree to which, the average American doesn't understand the role that government has in their lives. I think it's very difficult to explain the role that USAID plays for our national security. And yet, when we had some briefings on the Armed Services Committee just this past week, and we asked some of the COCOM commanders, is USAID important? They said, absolutely. So the question is, will DOGE be effective, and what is the democratic alternative? Because there doesn't exist a democratic alternative today. One other comment. When DOGE goes out and says, we're going to make government efficient by just cutting out a bunch of government employees, and they offer this buyout offer, let me just ask this one question. Who takes the buyout offer? It's all the people with better options. I had two friends call and ask my personal advice, do you think I should take this or not? And both of them are parrying offers on Wall Street, right? So we want the old, tired government employee who's super lazy and that's a little bit of a trope, but there's probably some truth to it. We all know that. That's the person we want to retire. That's not the person that Elon Musk is going to get to retire. And so I think that the danger here is that the end result of DOGE is a government that's actually less efficient, less effective, and doesn't deliver the things that we need for the American people. But shame on Democrats for not having an alternative.
Totally ignored my instructions, but that's okay. Carry on.
I don't know what your instructions were because I wasn't listening.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. This is how Congress works.
This is how polarization gets.
No, actually, what I would say is these guys are accurate. DOGE is answering a problem that exists. There is inefficiencies. There's definitely something that needs to be done, and we can be better than we are. All large systems are like that. I'm a systems engineer. I was a procurement officer and contract manager and engineer in the military, so I do understand that part too. And I guess what I would say is the methodology that we are using by having an Elon Musk and 2019 to 25-year-olds, now I think it's about 40, kind of sweep in and do what amounts to a scan of all the data, Control F, looking for things that are provocative that will ping on everybody's nerves so that they can then hold it up and say, look, here's the waste, here's the fraud, here's the problem. And then at the same time, have just total chaos in all different aspects of our country, all different organizations. Not to mention the fact that these are people who have literally no training in these systems. They have no background or security check clearances. They've been given them, but they have no background or security check clearances. This is not how this is supposed to work. How it should work is Congress. How it should work is the Constitution. And so that, I think, is what I'm most concerned about. And what I will end by saying is, and because I have relationships with people who are some who are here on this stage and also some who are home in Washington, I think it's important that we have these conversations and try to hear what each other is saying. And I know that my colleagues have different opinions, but that's why I value their opinions, because they clearly see a need and a solution that I don't see.
And just to be fair, there are a lot of Democrats who would sit up here and just say, everything's fine. We're not saying that at all. We're saying there is a problem that needs to be fixed.
I'll give you both sides of it. How's that? I think the good thing is we're having conversations in a much more serious way on a topic that we have not had in my lifetime of politics that need to be had. If getting back to my earlier comment about bipartisanship, about businesses and families, if our businesses and our families manage their budget the same way the government does, every single family and every single business would be bankrupt. That is a fact. So we are having substantive, serious conversations about things that should have been had a long time ago. That's a good thing. And by the way, I think a big driver of that is 49 out of 50 states in America have a balanced budget amendment. We do not have that at the federal level. So we could all be Santa Claus and give everything away and never have to answer that tough question like families do and businesses do. That needs a change. We have to pass a balanced budget amendment. It's common sense, makes sense to the states, It's certainly the case in our state in Pennsylvania and so many states across the country. I think we just got to be really careful about overgeneralizing this or anything when we still are not clear on what the facts are and the law is untested, both of which are true here. So I'm a former FBI agent. I've been working very closely with a lot of my former colleagues in the Bureau to get my arms around what exactly is going on there, to get the facts, because that's the first thing you need. And we have an area of untested law, specifically a bill that was passed in 1962. It's Title 18, Section 202. It created this brand new class of government employee called SGEs, or Special Government Employees. It's been used by every single president since 1962 to the tune of thousands of people, every administration. But it's never been used in this manner by someone with the, the wealth and the popularity, I guess you would say. Not necessarily good or bad, but he's a very known figure, Elon, who had gone about this way of using that position, right? It's sort of the shock and awe approach to government auditing. So we need to get the facts. We need to get clarity on this law. And if the facts are being done in compliance with the law, and the law is not being used in the way that was consistent with the intent of whoever wrote that bill in 1962, then we revisit the law. If the facts show that the law is being violated, then we get to enforcement. But I think that's the cleanest and most intellectually honest way to approach this. What you don't hear a lot of people complaining about, DOJ, is what they're finding, right? Or at least complaining about, the fixes that we need from what they're finding, because they're finding some pretty damning things. And I think the public should learn about that.
I'll play cleanup.
Yeah, cleanup time.
Yeah, so I mean, when DOJ was originally envisioned, I mean, my skepticism stemmed from the notion that a businessman can fix a bureaucracy, because these are necessarily apples and oranges. A business is more efficient because it's profit-driven, which means you could control for bias very easily. The mission of a bureaucracy is to help people. But of course, we have very different ideas, even on this panel, of what it means to help people. Therefore, you have to control for that bias. Some would call that bias the deep state. And the way you control for that is by wrapping those bureaucrats in red tape, which makes them necessarily inefficient. So that tension is always there. And so I was curious, what DOJ was going to do. Were they going to rehash a bunch of reports that old think tanks had already done, that legislation that has already been had to make government more efficient, or shrink it, or shrink the role of it? There's a difference between shrinking size and shrinking the role. And I got to say, I've actually been impressed with the niche that they've actually found, which is very much data analytics. So you find these young software engineers. Why are you bringing in young software engineers? They don't know anything about USAID or Social Security as a program. But what's been interesting is watching what they've done, which is not something our government has ever done, which is actually just scrape data and ask some very basic questions. Now, in US, these are vastly different categories. But it should be said, first of all, Elon Musk is doing all of this at the pleasure of the president. President Trump can pick anybody he wants to manage this particular program within the executive branch. I'm a firm believer that the head of the executive branch can manage the executive branch. They cannot fire any of our employees. It should also be said that we can fire our employees today without asking any questions. The federal government, the executive branch, cannot do that. I don't like that. I think that's kind of crazy. I think it should be easier to fire people who are not doing their jobs well. On USAID, Secretary Rubio has made it very clear we're not getting rid of USAID, and there are programs that are indeed vital for our national security and our national interests. They're going line by line, of course. They should be going line by line, whether it's Elon Musk doing it in this very public manner, or whether it's some staffers at the White House who would be doing it anyway. And then they're going through things like Social Security, but they're finding some pretty common sense. And this is where I've been impressed on this niche that they've found, which can only be done by data analytics. If you're 150 years old, why are you getting a Social Security check? There's a really good chance that you're dead. Why are people getting Social Security checks that don't have Social Security numbers? So this is a data problem, it seems, because look, we all know, we've all been in the military. We all know very well how poorly records can be kept, how outdated these systems are, And if it takes some tech nerds to figure that out, I'm not so sure I see that as a bad thing. In the end, the policy that comes out of that is not from Elon Musk. And I think that's what's been said and been popularized in the media. Oh, it's Elon Musk is doing this. No. He worked for President Trump. And he's part of the executive branch, and President Trump is head of the executive branch, full stop. The policies that come out of that will be the policies that come out of that, but they won't be Elon Musk's policies. They will be the president's policies. And then we can argue about whether those are good or not, but indeed, they are the president's.
All right. Well, we're running out of time. I just want to thank you guys. I mean, I really think it's impressive to see that people with obviously different political viewpoints and different constituencies that you represent, different political perspectives can get together through your shared service, through your mutual respect, which I can feel and I admire. So I just wanted to thank you really for coming and for joining us at the Politico Pub. You're welcome to use this space, as is everyone. Tomorrow from 9:30 till 11, and on Sunday from 9:30 till like 1 o'clock. You can have beers, wines, whatever you want. You can come. You can come through. There's food. You can do meetings here.
They want to get us drunk and then ask us questions.
Exactly.
On the record. That's
Every third person in the
We'll be playing board games later tonight.
Yeah. Just wait for 1 second. I think Svetlana would like to just say a quick thank you to you. I might give you that microphone and you can say something.
Sasha, I just wanted to...
Sasha.
No, I just wanted to thank every one of you from the Ukrainian people, not from the Ukrainian parliament, but from the Ukrainian people, because I know how much each one of you has done. I remember Brian was like 3 or 4 days of war when we had dinner. He took me to dinner, and you will explain to me how the politics work and what I have to say. And I remember Jason asking you like 20, 30 times to your cabinet, and every time you would take a meeting, even if it's 15 minutes, and I'm like, okay, cut it short. What do you need? Tell me what you need this time. And I've never heard a word escalation from any one of you. And I'm really grateful. And I think Sad was the first person who said the Kyiv is not going to go down. Before actually it happened, before the invasion, because everybody was telling 24, 72 hours, he didn't believe that. And Ukrainian roots, Chrissy, because I remember coming to you and you said, well, I have Ukrainian roots from Lviv, and I just couldn't believe that. So, and thank you so much for standing up for us in the Intel Committee and helping us and fighting for that. And Dan, and I just wanted to thank every one of you because you're heroes for us, fighting that war, to get us the stuff, to get us HIMARS, NASAMS, air defense, and everything. And I know that if not your group, we would not be where we are now, honestly. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks. Good job. Thank you. Thank you very much.